Spit the 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there bipolar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 for Miss Pinky Bongles in my pinky ring. Spit the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Yes, diamonds from Africa. 8 con boogers in my pinky ring. 2 blue fake rollers on my wrist, I me. I stopped my bezel with a 50 piece. Clever Bobby Brown and wit. I been waiting, still going in my kit. Peacock diamonds on all of my bitches. Yeah, they go hard in the kid. In the kitchen whipping. Can you hear me? That diamonds in my ear. Bitch corner phone with no queer. Turn the bitch on the real BB chandelier. Nigerian trafficker, diamond from Africa. Giuseppe Zebras on my feet is a shocker. Bitch, I'm a chopper, turn rap. Kitchen with the gas, throwing away the bread wrap. Still with the get a nigga kidnapped. Put a bundle of blue hunters on a nigga 50 cap. The shit on my wrist make him go crush his stone. Looking like he got beat by Moses Malone. Fugazi Cubans in your Cuban link. While your jeweler up be making diamonds at home. Hell is you doing? The fuck is you on? Sun outside got clouds in your stone. Spin the 50 on your wrist and that bitch ain't a roller. But they treat your ass out a whole lot of guacamole. Long way. It on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there bipolar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spin the 50 for Miss Pinky Boogers in my pinky ring. Spin the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Diamonds from Africa.
Giuseppe stepping in safari. Just straight from the plane. Hop in the Rari. Diamond shopping in the tropical forest. My life like a movie, just my money. Came a long way from chicken. Expect the cat to double luck coming. With so many dead guys in my dump. Nigga better go call the go bus. Ain't even had to say nothing. She looked at my watch and she know I hustle. Damn nigga, feel sorry for it. Your bitch in my line and I ain't gon' fuck. Plugging, no trust and no love. My neck and my watch is cuss. On the socket I go around plugging young niggas that come to your hood and start dumb. So many diamonds I look like a rap. Me and Pee-Wee, we gon' see the embassy. Come back with bricks, fast, strong, nigga. You be flexed like a rush. Cut it. Diamond came in the night. Rockin' my jellies and 50 that fast. Got my neighbor them harassing. They keep seeing me throw away all these brick rats.
The 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left
All right, you should be here. Shout outs to everybody in the building. All right, I'm still playing catch up, y'all. All right, shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Let me do this real quick. Shout outs to Tampa Supreme in the building. Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. Hold on, let me see if we coming in clear. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hold on. All right, shout outs to everybody here. Player Talk Radio. Okay. All right, we here, man. All right, we in the building. This Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me catch up real quick. Dang, man, I got to figure out how to set all of this stuff up again. You know. All right, what's going on, UFO? Shout outs to Tampa. Shout outs to Cynical. Shout outs to everybody here. All right, we are here. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, have y'all been checking out what's been going on within the last 24 hours? I'm glad I didn't stay live. Shit. Bro, YouTubers are making a damn fool of themselves, man. YouTubes are making a damn fool of themselves, man. You know what I'm saying? Like let the smoke clear first before you run to your channel and be like, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Trump is the best president ever. He's going down as the best president ever." I know I ain't the only one that saw that shit. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, man. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. I said, man, I'm like, y'all overworking me this week, man. Y'all overworking me this week. You dig? Shout outs to Tampa. He said, who you rooting for, Israel or Iran? I'm rooting for America. You dig? Shout outs to Tampa. Shit, I'm rooting for America, bro. So, what's going on, Bronze Flat Power Guy? Good to see you, brother. Yes, sir, Ski. Always good to see my brother, Bronze Flat Power God in the building, aka the most hated, but underrated. You know what I'm saying? Underrated and the most hated. You dig? Shouts to Bronze Flat Power God. It can't hold a real nigga down though. You know, you was bound to come up. You dig? We in the same boat. Underrated and overly hated. You dig? For no reason. We just be chilling. Bronze be in his own world chilling too. What they want from a nigga, Bronze? Somebody in the chat let me know. You dig? I need you guys. What's going on, new? I got catch up from yesterday, man. I got so much stuff going on. So y'all forgive me. It's gonna take me like a day or two to catch up. It's only one me. You dig? You said Kuda, it's comedy showing, fam. What do you, it's a comedy show. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. 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 This shit is a damn comedy show. So let me go over some conspiracies though. Let me go over some conspiracies as always. Because I know y'all done heard every single thing within the last couple of hours. You know what I'm saying? You said I told him Iran didn't want smoke. Well, it's the thing though. You got to play the media game, and that's what a lot of people are saying. The orange man is doing. They're saying that he's playing the media game. A lot of people are saying that he's they're saying that he's telling y'all that there was a ceasefire. You know, what's going on, Miss V? Oh my God! Shout outs to DM. Shout outs to Miss V in the place to be. Hardest working woman on YouTube. Shout outs to shout outs to us. Hardest working woman on YouTube. Hardest working man on YouTube. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Shout outs to DM in the building. You said it's a tool used by Israel to attack and hide its hand. Well, this is the thing. A lot of stuff is going on, and I want you guys to let me know what's your thoughts. You know what I'm saying? See how I go live and ask y'all what's y'all thoughts instead of coming on here and be like, oh man, definitely this is what's happening. It's like, no, you got to do your homework a little bit. You know, you got to do your homework a little bit on stuff like this because you know what I'm saying? Stuff like this is crazy. Stuff like this is crazy. So we're gonna get into it. You did. Y'all please hit the like button and support the show. I got you guys. All right, we're gonna get into it. Let me see if this is working because I tried to share this earlier.
Are real losers. You really are.
All right, we're gonna get into it. So look,
But before
let me give y'all the game. All right. So whenever this thing decides to load, you said niggas can't accept being wrong. You said Iran is trying to hold the regime and recoup. Well, that's the thing. All right, so hold on. Let me reload this page real quick.
networks,
So this is the thing. So Trump went live. You know, hold on.
the whole clip myself.
Hold on. I wanted to go over this yesterday too.
Networks.
Hold on. All right, so Trump went live, y'all. And he was talking about how he stopped the ceasefire. Not stopped the ceasefire. He stopped the war basically. He's like, you know what? We came to an agreement, and I got Israel and I got Iran, coming together saying that, hey, we're having a ceasefire. You know what I'm saying? He's, basically saying that he mediated and got both sides to agree that they're having a ceasefire, right? So basically, he said that they got them to agree that they're having a ceasefire, and within like 6 or 7 days or something like that, he kind of threw out a timeline when it should be over, but he agreed. He said that he spoke to both sides. They all agreed that it was going to be a ceasefire and blah blah blah. Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, and basically what he's done sets both of them on the path to peace. You know what I'm saying? So like they're finishing up on their final missions, and boom, no, they're gonna have a quote unquote ceasefire or whatever. So that's what he did. He quote unquote updated the people, and that's what he did. Everybody ran to social media and was like, "Oh my God, Trump is like gonna go down as the best. If this is true, Trump gonna go down as the best president ever." Blah blah blah. This, that, and the third. Now, a lot of people, because the speculations are gonna come out. I mean, obviously, overnight, a place just got bizarm.kizom, and people are still trying to put that story together. You know what I'm saying? And then a couple hours later, oh, we having a ceasefire. After they try to strike some shit in Qatar. So it's like a lot going on, right? So a lot of people, you know, are saying, and I mean, this is genius if it is this. If people are playing the media game like this, but a lot of people are saying that, Trump, he uh he basically came out because they were saying that is not Israel, but at least they were saying that um Iran, and it was funny. I was looking at a YouTuber in Tehran, which is crazy black dude. But a lot of people were saying that Iran, they didn't know about this peace deal. You know, they wasn't warned, or nobody told them that there was a peace deal on the table. You know what I'm saying? So there, they basically was saying that what he did was he came out, right, and told us that there was a peace deal. So what happened is, so when Iran starts bombing stuff or doing things, people can say that, oh, okay, well, they had a peace deal on the table and Iran broke the peace deal. That's basically what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what they're saying. They're like, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? There was a peace deal, but guess what? Iran broke it. You know? So that's what people are saying. Oh, there was a peace deal, but Iran broke it. Then, a couple hours later, oh, there was a peace deal, but Iran and Israel broke it. You know what I'm saying? And Iran didn't get the memo. Iran never said there was going to be peace. So, you know, what is the yellow the orange man talking about? Iran never said, you know what I'm saying? So that shit is crazy. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up on what y'all are saying in the chat. Okay. Shout outs to Miss V. All right. Good to see you. Hold on. Let me y'all please hit the like button. Hit the Cash App on the way in. Support the show. I'm still trying to fix this thing and get it together. Hold on, y'all. All right, let's get into it. All right, so now you got Trump. I guess attempting to seem like he's upset that there wasn't a quote unquote ceasefire. A lot of people were saying that, oh, Donald Trump's going to go down as the best president in history. I don't know. Hold on, let me pin this to the top. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Let's do this real quick. All right, why is YouTube doing this? Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Miss V. It's always good to hear from you also. And I still got some stuff I got to run by you. All right, shout outs to everybody here. Let's get into it real quick. Let me catch up on the comments. Yeah, they absolutely want blood. You said I gotta watch my comments. Censor tube is on me. Hey, I gotta watch the content. So I'm really, on the blade when I bring y'all this type of content. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show. We living in some trying times, you dig? You said niggas can't accept being wrong. Iran is trying to hold the regime and recruit. You said they have been denying assistance from Russia, but with the USA using Israel as a proxy for the Middle East, this is an old blood feud. They want Iran bad and to stomp the residue of the Ottoman Empire. Well, they're going to get wiped out eventually. You know, they're going to get wiped out, Iran, if they keep going this way. And I was listening to a interview with Putin, and Putin basically in but so many words saying that he's tied up, you know. And he said he said people from Iran, never reached out to him. They didn't call him or reached out to him for any assistance, you know. Hold on. I got to figure out this. Hold on. Okay, none of this stuff that I'm doing here is working. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. But anyway, you said what's wrong with Trump's face? You said they've been denying assistance from Russia. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, Russia said they never reached out to them. And Putin said if they did, he would have to think it over because they're tied up. You know? All right, let me catch up. You said the red pill is 360 degrees. It's something. You said natural losers don't feel right winning. Well, I mean, it depends on what's gonna happen from here on out. I mean, really did Trump actually make a ceasefire? I mean, it seems like it didn't. It seems like he didn't. Kind of makes it seem like he was capping, or they were blowing smoke up there. Somebody's blowing smoke up someone's ass. And it might be both sides, or it might be Donnie Boy. Because people are like, oh, he's gonna go down as the best president ever, and it's like, give it like a week and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because he was like talking about how it was the war that ended in 12 days and stuff like that. So so the only thing I don't understand, at least propaganda wise, is every major superpower has nuke arms and has not demanded them per terms of the world agreement, but wants to stop smaller nations. You don't want them to have that type of power. That's giving a crazy man a knife. So some of those weapons, you don't want to be in the hands of certain people and stuff like that. So it gets to a point where it's like, okay, who actually got ballistic missiles and who don't got ballistic missiles now? Okay, we need to sign something to be like, okay, we plateaued. Certain people can't have them shits, because they will start bullying other nations and holding them for hostage and all kinds of other stuff. So I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say America and the other nations that have them are more responsible, but you do gotta that type of power, you gotta nip that in the bud, or at least this early in the game. You dig what I'm saying? At least this early in the game. Shout outs to Ghostman Kang in the building. Good to see you, brother. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hold on real quick. Yeah, you got to play superhero to the damn world. Cuz niggas don't know how to act. You said, how are you supposed to broker peace between two children fighting and smacking one child and telling them both to stop fighting? Salute Kuda, right? And then you just slap the shit out of one child, try to sit him down in the corner and think he gonna cooperate? Hell no, not as an adult. I don't know about that, bro. Tampa said if North Korea can have a nuke, then Iran can have one. North Korea had to shut themselves off from the world. You know? North Korea had to shut themselves off from the world, you know? You said whether it's good or bad, American government controls the world. We allow this thing to spin. Our Navy allows free trade. We enjoy the fruits of the empire. We can't speak. UFO says I can't speak for other niggas, but I've always cheered for the team I'm on. Guess I'm just weird like that. No, you're not. You have. I'm not gonna say you have no choice. I don't know why that word came to mind. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You cheer for the side that you on, you know? You did? I'm on the side of America. But as we all can agree, this done got goofy, and it's like, okay, all right, somebody spoke a little early. Did Trump speak a little bit early, or did they blow smoke up his ass? Is there actually a ceasefire? Let's find out. This happened less than an hour ago, or just about an hour ago. Let's get it.
But reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that Iran is completely demolished?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these...
Now Trump going crazy, y'all. You know, he said these people need their credit. You know what I'm saying? He said these people need their credit. Nah, I disagree with that, Ghost Man. He said, nah, cool, the smaller nations should be able to have them because larger nations like the USA tried to bully and limit the growth and development of smaller nations. Nah, man. Everybody should be able to have a gun, but not that type of gun. You know? Not that type of gun. Shit. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, DM. But yeah, but some people are saying Trump is doing this to justify, first of all, his actions, and then justify future actions. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Morbid? So they're saying Trump is doing this to justify his actions and to also, justify future actions. You know. So it's interesting. Pretty interesting. All right, let's go.
Cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news.
That's what I'm saying, UFO. That's what I'm saying. This is not going to end good for Iran. Not going to end good for Iran.
But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
So basically, it's like a parent trying to get in between two kids, right? And he's like, listen, within 24 hours, y'all got to, or within this time period, y'all got to stop what y'all are doing. And they're like, okay. And then the kid just like fucking loaded up, just winded their hand up and just gave the other kid like just one big ass slap. And it's like, oh, wait, hold on now. Basically starting it all over again. Head ass.
I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
When the hell did presidents start cursing? Presidents used to be PG. You used to be a kid and used to be able to watch. This is on Fox. What the hell? What the helly? Used to be able to be a kid and watch the president. Know damn well you ain't gonna hear no cursing.
Fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran?
He's tired of it. Let me get on my damn helicopter with my hat off. He tired of it. Well, he got to do something. That's the thing. He knows he got to do something, and he knows that there's going to be some lives lost behind it, as if there aren't already some lives lost behind it.
That was great because it got him over the
UFO said Trump is fed up with these stupid fucks. Hey. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Let's get back into it.
What happened with Iran in the Middle East and some breaking news coming just now. Joining us this evening, Vice President.
And this is what I was taking a look at last night. Even Vance was like, we got a great ceasefire deal on the table. Pay attention.
J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks for coming.
Absolutely, thank you.
Just seconds ago, the President went to Truth Social and typed this. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. Complete and total ceasefire is what he typed.
Yep.
What does that mean? How did it come about? What's the development
Yeah.
here?
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here. So that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line. I think what it means, Brett, is quite simple. First of all, the president, without, knock on wood, having a single American casualty, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago. A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. So that's a very, very big thing. Now, what that means, I think, is we have to talk to Iran and, of course, to Israel about what the future holds. Because while we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think that's what the president is really trying to figure out here, is to build a long-term settlement here to where we can have peace in the region, where our regional allies and, of course, the American people, most importantly, can be secured.
I mean, listen. We want to make sure our time and our duration here of life is good, right? I guess we all can agree with that, right? But my thing is this. Even if Trump, right, goes down as the greatest president in history, stops all of these wars, all kinds of stuff, right? As soon as he's out of office, guess what's going to happen? You guessed it. All hell going to break loose. You know, all hell gonna break loose. And one might ask himself, you know, what is it for? You know, as soon as the man out of office, all hell finna break loose. For there's no damn reason. Because now at this point, he's going in on Iran. And he's going in on Israel. You know? And he's saying that he has people on the case ensuring that they won't, hold on, I gotta put this thing on the charger. Ensuring that they won't, be rebuilding any of those, buildings and stuff that they destroyed. He said they're toppled, and obviously they got the sites in 4K and stuff like that. We're gonna go over after we check this out, we're gonna go over because I was watching a slight documentary on it while I was studying. We're gonna go over the B-2 bombs. We're gonna go over the B-2 planes, and we're gonna go over the bunker buster. There was one of them that I ain't gonna lie, that shit is scary. We're gonna get into it, man. So shout outs to my nerds here. Make sure y'all hit the like button and support the show to keep the show going. 49 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
But where we can ensure that the destruction of the Iranian nuclear program that has already happened is not something they try to rebuild.
I want to get to the obliterated part in just a minute, but I just want to read this fully so I get the context here. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours. At which point, the ceasefire for 12 hours.
Sure.
At which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful on the assumption that...
He said these goofballs really think they destroyed it. Also, if you check out the UFOs monitoring the situations, I'm not worried about a nuke war. The UFOs won't allow it. You said just shows how fucked up some people are. They never really want order or peace.
Everything works as it should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone...
So, do y'all think they really agreed to peace and then reneged on it? Or do y'all think that they ran this peace campaign thing to get them to try to save face and look good, and now both countries look like a piece of shit?
On for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. He seems confident that this is all coming together.
That's right.
And when you left the White House, were you thinking this was all gelling here?
When I left the White House, I thought that we might be able to get it across the finish line before this broadcast, and it looks like the president has been able to do that. I mean, look, he's been working the phones constantly. Frankly, before the 12-day war started, but certainly over the past 12 days, the president's been extremely clear about America's national objective here. It is to create a world where Iran cannot build a nuclear weapon. We, of course, destroyed the nuclear program that they had, and the president told the entire team, we're going to work to make sure that they don't try to rebuild that nuclear capability in the future. And look, this is a great thing. For Israel, think about this. They've accomplished an important military objective. They've helped us destroy the Iranian nuclear program. They've also destroyed the conventional missile capability of Iran that threatened the country of Israel. For the Iranians, I think this is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace. As I said yesterday, what the Iranians have showed through their support of terror networks, through their now failed effort to build a nuclear weapon, is that they're just not very good at war. And I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
Would you be surprised if Iran is sending out signals that it doesn't have a specific ceasefire plan? How would the communication have been with the Iranians to get this level of confidence to put out that detailed statement?
Well, one of the things I've learned, Brett, about the Iranians in the past, 4 or 5 months that I've been in this job is what they say publicly and privately can sometimes be very different. I think what the Iranians have shown very clearly is they don't want this war to go on for much longer. Their air defenses have been totally destroyed. Their conventional missile program has been largely destroyed. And of course, their nuclear program has been obliterated, as I said before.
So what is going on here in America? Are they blowing smoke up our ass? You know? They're trying to jazz it up and make it look good. Jazz it up, razzmatazz it up. They're throwing some Zatarans on it, y'all. They're trying to jazz it up and make it look good. Dress it up and dress it up and make it good for me. Or whatever the hell Future said. They trying to dress it up. I know Anton did a video kissing the ring. A lot of people did videos kissing the ring. It's like, oh yeah, Trump. Greatest country ever. And I get that. Nothing wrong with that shit. You know, people get mad when, you know, people show a little bit of patriotism. But you gotta let the ink dry first. You know what I'm saying? But the crazy thing is, though, despite what happens and what I personally know and what I woke up to this morning, I think that Trump will get the job done, or at least come to some type of deal. You know, but it looks like right now he's fed up with Israel, and he's like, yeah, y'all should have came up with a goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Y'all should have came up with a goddamn deal a minute ago. You know, he's like, you know, when y'all called us, it was too late. You know, y'all over there doom cooning and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You know, so he's not happy with Israel also. You know, so you know, you have a lot of mediation and stuff going on, you know, because believe it or not, stuff is in the US's, best interest. And I don't really listen to niggas from the States like that because nigga, if you go home and your light don't cut on, you gonna be mad as hell. You know, if you don't got no gas to put in your car to drive to work, you gonna be mad as hell. You know. So I really don't give a damn about what other people saying, you know. Hey, war's fucked up, but so is some people's existence too. You know what I'm saying? Let's just throw that out there. Hate to say that, but it's the truth. Get into this game real quick. UFO said just shows how fucked up humans are if they're relying on UFOs to keep them in check. What do you mean? And when y'all say UFOs, are y'all talking about people that's like monitoring the system? You know, because UFOs could be like drones. Wouldn't it be crazy if humans try to destroy themselves and aliens got to step in? Aliens are the American race of people. That's hilarious. You dig? He said, how you show patriotism to a country that won't give you free health care, but can build an arsenal where one missile costs 3.5 million. Well, it's kind of what you said before, Ghost Man. The one with the bigger gun go have his fun, you know? It goes back to the principle that you said before. Everybody should have a gun. You know? What's going on, War Master? Good to see you, bro. The one with the bigger gun is gonna have his fun. Shout outs to War Master. War Master, definitely I want to get you up to speed. I don't know when you came in the show. But the question that I have on the table, right, is are they blowing smoke up, you know, Trump's ass and claiming that, hey, you know, we're doing a ceasefire? Or did Trump go, you know, did Trump speak early and say, hey, we're doing a ceasefire? And then, you know, was it to make him look good? And then, you know, if Iran or I guess they were banking on Iran to do something first, or I guess they were banking on Israel to do something first because they said Iran didn't get the memo. But if Iran broke the ceasefire first, you know, hey, it makes them look bad. You know, it makes them look bad. You know, or did Trump really mediate this situation? So we got Vance here. You know, he's saying that Trump really mediated the situation. He's also saying that Trump is working overtime. He said, now the one with the best defense will win. Defense wins championships. True. You said, ask Iran for free health care if they conquered this country. You said, think that the defense budget for your freedom. You said, going back to the UFO issue, every country has the capability to launch nukes, has had it shut down by UFOs before. Look into it if you ever have the time. I ain't worried about a nuke war. True. I'm not worried about a nuke war also. I just don't think everybody should have those types of weapons. And then at the same time, like I said earlier, not UFO, Ghost Man, is that, you know, there got to be a checks and balance on who has nukes and who doesn't. You know, niggas with nukes, that's a scary sight. You know, if I'm worried about somebody standing in a cut with a damn shiesty mask, I'm absolutely worried about a nigga with a nuke, you know?
So I think the Iranians are at a place where they don't want to keep on fighting. You saw the president, and I don't have the truth in front of me, but he talked about the next 6 hours finalizing the attacks. I mean, what I think what he's talking about is right now, for the American people watching, it's dark over there. That's typically when the Israelis and the Iranians have been shooting at each other. I think there's some recognition that that might continue for another few hours, and tomorrow really is a new day. The end of the 12-day war, the end of the Iranian nuclear program, and I really do believe the beginning of something very big for peace in the Middle East.
So you said totally obliterated. The president has said totally obliterated the Iran nuclear program.
Yeah.
Do you know for sure where all the highly enriched uranium is?
Well, Brett, I think that's actually not the question before us. The question before us is, can Iran enrich the uranium to a weapons grade level, and can they convert that fuel to a nuclear weapon? And we know, based on the success of our mission, of course, the leadership of the president, but the incredible skill of our military, that the two mission objectives are completely successful. We know that they cannot build a...
I mean, you got Vance making it look good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you gotta talk it up. You know, I guess Vance is talking it up. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I wanna believe that we have we have some type of peace coming, but hey.
Nuclear weapon. Now, you asked about the highly enriched uranium.
Yeah, like 900 pounds of it.
But what we know, Brett, is that uranium is something that exists in very large supply. Our goal...
He said Iran had his teeth pulled by Israel. Trump gave the kill shot. Yeah, he said that those buildings are under rocks right now, that they're toppled. You know, he said that they're toppled. He's like, there's no way that they can rebuild it, you know? He said the stream is stalling. Oh man, I hope we're not having any problems. Y'all let me know what's going on if the stream is bad. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it. I got you guys.
Was
We're going to get into the B-2s, and we're going to get into the rockets that were used, you know, because definitely want to add an educational element to the conversation. You know, definitely want to add an educational element to the conversation and pick everybody's brains on modern technology. Let's get it.
to bury the uranium, and I do think the uranium is buried, but our goal was to eliminate the enrichment and eliminate their ability to convert that enriched fuel into a nuclear weapon. I think this is an important point, Brett, because so many of the folks who have focused on the highly enriched uranium,
Sure, 60%.
the main focus, Brett, has been to destroy their enrichment capacity, because we don't want that 60% uranium to become 90% uranium. That's the real concern, and that's what was so successful about our mission.
So after all this, if the Iranian government survives as is, what's to stop it from rebuilding over time if they in fact moved the 60% highly enriched uranium? You know, that's the concern.
No, the big concern, Brett, and this is again what we destroyed, is their ability to enrich uranium. If they have 60% enriched uranium, but they don't have the ability to enrich it to 90%, and further, they don't have the ability to convert that to a nuclear weapon, that is mission success. That is the obliteration of their nuclear program, which is why the president, I think, rightly is using that term. But here's the question. If Iran is desperate to build a nuclear
Obliterate is a crazy word, y'all.
weapon in the future, then they're going to have to deal with a very, very powerful American military again. Our hope is that the lesson that the Iranians have learned here is, look, we can fly a bunker buster bomb from Missouri to Iran completely undetected without landing once on the ground. And
But see, they knew this, though. America has been going under their radar for a long fucking time. And we've been flexing too. We done flew helicopters, all kinds of shit. You know, we done got all up in their airspace.
we can destroy whatever nuclear capacity you build up. I think that lesson is what's going to teach them not to rebuild their nuclear capacity.
Yesterday, were you speaking on the president's behalf when you said he was not interested in regime change?
Well, Brett, what I've said is the American military, that is not our mission as regime change. Our mission was to destroy the nuclear facilities and the nuclear program of Iran, which we, of course, did. I think what the president's also said is that the Iranian people want to make a decision about regime change. That's between the Iranian people and the regime. Of course, we support freedom fighters all around the world, but our mission was to destroy the nuclear facilities, and that's what we did.
So you don't think there's any mixed message when he goes to Truth Social and says it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Miga.
Well, I think what the president is saying very clearly, Brett, is if the Iranian people want to do something about their own leadership, that's up to the Iranian people. What the American national security interest here is very simple. It's to destroy the nuclear program. That's what we've done. And now that the 12-day war appears to be effectively over, we have an opportunity, I think, to restart a real peace process. And
so with this message, what do you guys get? It seems like they're jumping the gun. Like, oh, this is a 12-day war. Nigga, it look like it's going on to 13 and 14.
Brett, this is not just about two countries, Iran and Israel. All of these Gulf Arab states, they want peace, they want to invest, they want to build artificial intelligence hardware, they want to sort of come into the new economy, and that was impossible when you had Iran that was, as the president said, acting like a bully across the Middle East. We really think that if the Iranians are smart about the path forward, this could be a new dawn of an economic age of prosperity, of course, for our Gulf Arab allies, for us, for the Israelis, for everybody, but it's going to require the Iranians play it smart from here.
The president called it very weak, the Iran missile firing on the U.S. base in Qatar, Al Udeid. Was it a face-saving move? How do you get from that, firing missiles
This man called Qatar Qatar
at a U.S. base, to a ceasefire? as he details in this Truth Social?
Well, as the president said, they actually gave us some warning here. And we think they gave us some warning because they didn't want to kill Americans and they didn't want to escalate. There's definitely some symbolism to this, Brett. If you look at the Iranian attack, it was 14 missiles that they telegraphed ahead of time. We dropped 14 bunker buster bombs. As the president told me earlier, our missiles, our bombs were a little bit bigger than their bombs. Our bombs actually accomplished the goal of eliminating their nuclear program. But look, we're happy, again, to restart the peace process as the president just did today.
Was the message delivered directly to the U.S. or through an emissary?
The message is always delivered through some sort of intermediary. That's been consistently true of the Iranians. Of course, we'd love to talk to them. The president's been clear about this. We'd love to have a direct conversation about how we move this thing forward because, again, we got to step back here. Why did the president do what he did over the past week? It's so that we could destroy their nuclear program. If they try to rebuild it, they're going to be on the wrong end of American power once again. We don't want that. I think they don't want that, but the ball's in their hands.
You've been reluctant or at least cautious about getting engaged.
Let me ask y'all a question, though. If Iran basically got taken over or weakened or put on his knees by America, you think Russia will absorb them to get help for their war? You think Russia would absorb Iran?
Previously, and that has been public. What made you sign on to this action this time?
Well, I think the president has been very clear, and I've always agreed with the president that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And you try to run the diplomatic process as much as you possibly can. When the president decided that wasn't going to work, he took the action that he had to take. Now we're in a new phase. That action was successful. We had a wildly successful military operation to take out their nuclear program. Now let's go on to the next phase. And I think the president, look, sometimes he's willing to use peace. Sometimes he's willing to use the military. I think it really depends on what the Iranians do from here.
And what do you think they do from here?
Well, it's an open question, Brett. I don't want to predict what the other side will do, but I think that I know what we'll do if they continue to pursue a nuclear weapon. And I hope they don't choose that path because I know the president wants to see the Middle East become peaceful and prosperous in the future.
Y'all going ham in the chat, man.
That's not going to happen if Iran pursues a nuclear weapon again.
And for the people, so we talked about the people who believe that this is going towards World War III, especially in your own party. There's a section that's very vocal. There's another section that says you should take out this regime because it's evil and horrible and has done horrible things for decades. How do you square those two sides? And can this regime stay in place and still have a peaceful, reaction relationship with the U.S.?
Well, I think the president has squared those two sides quite well. One, because he's the leader of the movement, and a lot of people trust the president as they should. They recognize they're not seeing the same intelligence. They're not seeing the same classified documents. They trust the president to do a good job. But importantly, Brett, I think he's threaded the needle quite well here. We had a very particular objective. It was profound and difficult to accomplish.
Do you think
the elimination of the Iranian nuclear program.
Do you think they were close?
And I think the president successfully did that. You're asking, were the Iranians close to a nuclear weapon? Brett, they were very close to a nuclear weapon. And what I encourage my fellow Americans to think about here is that a week ago, the Iranians were quite close to achieving a nuclear weapon. Now they cannot build a nuclear weapon.
I mean, shit, if they were very close, then they probably already have a nuclear weapon. Are you the bomb? What? Are you the bomb? Huh? Are you the bomb? Excuse me? Are you the bomb? Then blow up.
That is the biggest testament to the president's leadership and to the success of our mission. In 1 week, without, thank God so far, not losing a single
Probably already got one.
American casualty, we have taken what was a threatening nuclear program that could have destabilized the entire world. Now that program is gone. We did it through effective presidential leadership and also some very, very competent work from our troops.
How often does it happen where you're going to do an interview and you get a Truth Social seconds before? You have some sense of it, but it's pretty detailed, where you are being asked about something the president has just put out.
In this administration, Brett, it happens quite a bit, actually, but we knew this was coming. The draft, it was in.
I know damn well Kamala wouldn't be able to handle this shit.
Interesting. I just read the draft about 2 minutes before we went on the air. It was a little bit different from what the president had showed me a couple of hours ago. But again, I knew that he was working the phones as I was on the way over here. So I knew exactly what we were going to do. And look, I love that about this presidency and this administration is he's always working. He doesn't say, you know, the vice president's going to do an interview, so I'm going to stop doing anything. He says, you know, we're going to do the American people's business. The vice president knows what I'm trying to accomplish. And if I get it done, great, because we're going to talk about it and celebrate it, because it is a thing to celebrate. I can't emphasize this enough, Brett. We have destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. 0 Americans have died. That's an amazing, amazing thing. Americans, whether Democrats or Republicans, we should be celebrating that.
Mr. Vice President, we appreciate you coming and rolling with the punches as well. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Brett. Good to see you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling announcements.
Yeah, I saw that. I was just talking about that. We just went over that. What's going on, Raven? Y'all please hit the like button.
Networks
That shit was crazy. Hit her. Let's listen to it again.
are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Look at that, bruh. They walked off like a G. MAGA hat in one hand. See, that's the see when you an old nigga, you've been walking for so damn long, you have a walk like you just strut off. You just strut the hell off. Just let me get past this damn grass onto this damn helicopter right quick.
To apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
What's going on, Link? Trump up here trying to keep these gators down, man. Yeah, Trump is raw, man. God damn. He just said, fuck it. He's like, bitch, do you understand that? They're fucking losing their mind.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
You had a response to Iran?
You know who still does that? You know who walks like that and still does that, like lean back, like hey now, Bill Cosby. If y'all ever catch Bill Cosby walking and he does like that strut and that he does that lean back like he still got it. Who know what I'm talking about? That Bill Cosby strut. Shit. Oh Lord, man. What a world we live in, y'all. What a world we live in. Gotta say it. All right. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show, putting in this extra overtime as we go with Player Talk Radio. Yeah, you know about the Bill Cosby walk? That shit is, hey, I ain't gonna lie, that shit tight. I was like, that's what's up. Show them that you still got it, bro. You know, as much as they try to break his spirit, you know. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys please hit the like button. I got you guys. This is Player Talk Radio. All right, let me do this real quick. Let's look into some of these B-2 bombers right quick. Ooh, a F-22 Raptor. Hold on real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all.
So the President of the United States, obviously very direct. He's disappointed that the ceasefire was breached. And it was, as far as I could tell, the ceasefire was breached by the Iranians. And what the Israel did was within their rights. They had 12 hours before it ended. They got some targets to finish up. So right. I think the president said in the spirit of ceasefire, he could have leveled off a little. But it doesn't seem like Israel actually violated the ceasefire. But Iran, they did. The IDF now will strike back, according to the defense minister, Israel Katz.
Well, I think what you're saying from this president is he likes being in the middle with conflicts. He likes to be the negotiator there. I think when it came down to the Iran situation, he was very clear they couldn't have a nuclear weapon. But I think his point is, when I said ceasefire, don't wait up all the way into the moment till the clock runs out. He didn't like seeing that as well. He's clearly frustrated this morning. He doesn't like the coverage. He feels like that they're not celebrating our great military and the successful mission that they had from the.
Well, listen. If he's saying that he's bringing peace to both of y'all, and then one of y'all sit up there and try to obliterate the other one, try to get in the cheap shot and stuff like that, you playing with his integrity at that point. You playing with his integrity. So he's like, how you gonna say y'all got peace, or at least come to a place of peace with you guys? What's going on, Paul? Oh man, Kamala wouldn't even have got this far. They would have been having their way with her. She would have been trying to suck something to get us out of this. It's like, Kamala, you cannot suck cock to get America out of trouble. God damn. You still got to tell her you can't weaponize sex in attack mode. Like the nations don't care. Okay? God damn. They would have been toying with her. Shout outs to Paul in the building. Let's get back into it real quick, though.
Other networks, and I think he's right on that.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of Marco Rubio over the weekend was being interviewed by one of the networks, and he said, I think I know more than you do.
Yeah,
to Marco Rubio.
Exactly, because I have the intel. He's the president of the United States. He has the intel, so it should give you peace of mind when you hear him say that the nuclear facilities that we targeted are gone, obliterated, under rocks, he says. He said they are gone, and Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. And he was thanking the B-2 pilots and wants apologies from other networks who were saying, we're not sure if these nuclear sites were obliterated, but it should give you peace of mind when you hear our president say that they are, that the mission was successful.
But here's the question. Where do you go from here? As Mark Levin wrote last night, he was upset by this. He said, we didn't give a lifeline to Hitler. That's how bad these guys are. They've lost their Air Force. They have no ground-to-air protection. China didn't step in. Russia didn't step in. Not a single Arab country stepped in. The supreme Nazi is hiding in a bunker, much like Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler wasn't thrown a lifeline. He wasn't thrown a lifeline. He was going to...
Oh, boy. Now they're bringing up the funny mustache, man. God damn. Y'all... You can't even watch the news with a peace of mind, y'all. Ghostman said, Link, these are not the same Israelites that were mentioned in biblical times. These are European gypsies cosplaying as Israelites. There's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to what Ghostman King is saying. Absolutely. What's going on, Larry Legend? Good to see you. Double L in the place to be. Good to see you, bro. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Let's make these shows successful. We have a goal. Let's reach our goal on today's show. Please hit the like button and support the show. Link says, Kuda, did you see the Trayvon Martin stuff? No, what happened with Trayvon Martin? Uh-oh. All of them other people are LARPing and misplaced. Egyptians ain't Egyptians. They mad that they got to protect the legacy that ain't theirs because the tourism makes them a lot of money. A lot of people are displaced in those areas, y'all. You know, in the Middle East, you know, so.
To be killed, so he committed suicide. So that's what, even though the ceasefire is to be lauded, if they stay in power, are we postponing another conflict? For example, are we going to lift the sanctions? If we lift the sanctions, they're going to get some money. And if they get some money, are they not going to fund Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis? Again, foment terror, sleeper cells here. What did Iran say to make you think that they have anything but hatred for us and Israel?
But isn't it up to the Iranian people to decide who their leader will be? I know that many of them are too scared to go up against the Ayatollah, but it's...
Well, I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying that if he stays in power,
right,
is our security in jeopardy, and does Israel's remain in jeopardy?
Absolutely. He yells death to America.
I think one of the complicated things...
She said he yells death to America. He said they're trying to say Trayvon things was a complete lie. If you want the link, I'll share. Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess, I mean, I that's kind of off topic, but yeah, so drop the link. We can check it out. I got you. You said the stream is tripping. Let me know if the stream is tripping, y'all. I've been having trouble with my signal lately, and I've been going out of my way to give you guys a really great show. You know, so I'm not sure if the signal is tripping. If you guys can please hit the like button and please support the show. Let's open up the panel. Let me know your thoughts. I can do a poll. Let's go. It's player talk.
Is that this is a president that continues to say he wants to be the president of peace. And Brian, we talked about this on your radio show. It's hard to get peace with a group of people that have such a radical ideology, that hate your very existence.
Just one side.
There. I mean, it's just the truth. They don't want Israel to exist. They don't want us to exist. They hate the West. And it's kind of hard to.
Shout outs to Fighter Complex in the building. What's good? What's good with you, bro? Good to see you, man. Listen, y'all make sure y'all do me a favor and head over to Fighter Complex's channel and support his show and subscribe. And Fighter goes live all the time. You dig what I'm saying? And drops great content. So make sure y'all support my brother Fighter. Head over to his channel and subscribe. He said the bunker buses affected your internet cable. Switch to Starlink or get fiber optic. It should be okay. A lot of people think Zimmerman did, get effed over. Yeah, YouTube playing with my streams, y'all. YouTube always playing with my streams for some reason. Let me see if I can pull it up again. Yeah, you said all hail the orange man. Oh man, this is a long video, Link. God damn. Alright, let me see if I can pull this up. I got you, bro. Let me see. All right, give us 1 second. Let's put this Trump thing on the back burner real quick. Take a look at this real quick.
I've heard someone ring my doorbell repeatedly, and I saw two young African-American guys.
Are you able to read that copy well enough that you can tell us if it's in fact the same letter?
No.
Are you unable to read that at all?
I don't understand. Curses.
If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
It's Juneteenth, and regardless of how dumb I think this holiday is, since Black people love Juneteenth so much, I figured we'd talk Black history. And not just any Black history, specifically Trayvon Martin. Because, to be honest, most people still don't know what actually happened. The average person thinks a racist man hunted down a kid and racially profiled him just because he was angry and hateful. This sweet, innocent kid was just getting some Skittles. He wasn't bothering anybody. He was basically just walking on water, and here comes this racist white Hispanic just filled with hate, ready to take out all his frustrations on this Black boy, simply because he was Black. And apparently that's all the motive the media needed, because that's the story they sold, and we all bought it. And quite frankly, this wasn't just a tragedy. It was a script, and the media ran with it like...
I ain't gonna lie, man. A lot of things decided to rear its head this Juneteenth. A lot of shit decided to rear its head this Juneteenth, y'all. Stay woke.
It was gospel. Before Trayvon, most of us weren't thinking about race like that. After Trayvon, the whole country got split in half.
That's a lie.
Protests, riots, Black Lives Matter, and a permanent scar on the national conversation. But the problem is, most of us were young. We didn't read court transcripts. We didn't know what was left out. We just reacted. We took the edited story and ran with it. And the damage is still here. We're more divided than ever. And if you think this only set back Black Americans, you're wrong. This drove a wedge between all of us as Americans, and it completely warped how we see ourselves in this country and how we see each other, because this was never about George Zimmerman. This was about using a tragedy to push a narrative. And the facts don't matter because emotions do. And let's not forget, this all had a presidential stamp on it. Yeah, you guys are in for a rude awakening. I'm Carmen JC. hit the like button because the truth matters and more people need to hear it. Let's get into it. The fact that they were able to sell us this story so easily actually makes me question reality. One photo, one headline, and they had the whole country marching. That's how fast they control us when we don't ask questions. Trayvon Martin was not a saint. I would argue he was a hoodlum. They told us a story and it started with a photo. That was the point. They needed you emotional before you were informed. So when the truth came out, nobody cared. Let's begin with the truth. Trayvon Martin wasn't the person they packaged.
Trayvon Martin is a YN, y'all. Trayvon Martin is a YN.
And printed on the protest signs. And if we're aiming for truth and not emotions, we need to start there. Because once a lie feels good enough, people protect it like it's scripture. So let's start with the images they shoved down our throats and the ones they quietly ignored. Let's take a look at the first set of images. Look at the first photo. Trayvon in a red Hollister t-shirt, clean baby face, looking innocent, like he just got back from a summer camp, probably watching Power Rangers and collecting Pokemon cards. Then you
Pokemon cards. What's wrong with her voice? Like, why she has like a crackling at the top of her voice? Maybe it's me. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, there's really no winning, no argument when it comes to this. But I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Even the media, because he looked a lot older than the pictures that they put in the media. You know, the media and the pictures that the family gave the media was that of a little boy. You know what I'm saying? It was that of a little boy. Trayvon had like he was built like a grown ass man to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? You know. So let's go.
You've got a hoodie photo. He looks extremely young. You know they picked this one.
I mean, he didn't look super older than in these pictures, but he was a lot older. The pictures wasn't recent. That's what I'm saying. You know. So
pull on your heartstrings because it fits the narrative, it fits the outrage, and most people never look past it. They think that was the boy who got shot. That size, that young, that innocent.
Okay,
in the third photo, him in a flight.
Okay, I think she's gonna get into that. Yeah, they kind of. It was a lot of media games being played, y'all.
School jumpsuit, smiling. That was the one they slapped on Wikipedia. It was from 2009, which means he had to be 13 or 14 in that picture, and it actually proves my entire point. They picked those photos because they made him look innocent. It was emotional manipulation. They didn't want us to think because feelings are easier to control. Now, here's what they didn't want you to see. These are photos Trayvon Martin shared on his social platforms himself.
Yeah, him throwing
in the
up
first
gun
photo,
signs
he has a
and stuff
grill in
like
his
that. We
mouth,
seen all of
flashing
that.
it with a cocky.
Man, y'all millennials, y'all niggas just y'all late to the cookout and some information short. We've seen this already. Like come on now with the gun and the grill and all that. We've seen this shit already.
Look on his face. In the second photo, he's throwing up both middle fingers with zero hesitation, and clearly his mom wasn't checking what he posted because it's still out there, plain as day. In the third photo, he's shirtless with a fitted cap, mean mugging the camera. This wasn't a boy headed to college. This was a boy.
He was a YN. And she was a fairy. Yeah. He's a YN, y'all.
Broadcasting dysfunction. This is what he chose to show the world. This is the life he was leaning into. And I'm just going to say it. He was a hoodlum. Where were the parents? Where were the adults? Because this is what happens when a kid grows up in a broken home. No structure, no consequences, no value, no care. Which leads us to how Trayvon Martin even ended up in that neighborhood. He didn't live there. He was sent there to stay with his dad because he got suspended from school for the third time in just a few months. He was suspended for things like drugs.
You know, when niggas move to the suburb and they don't feel safe, they finna play the game, y'all. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. Let's get at least 2 to 3 contributors. It's Player Talk Radio. I got a full-fledged show loaded for you guys. Trust me. Please hit the like button and support the show. Let's get it.
Drug residue in his backpack. tagging school property. He was caught with a burglary tool and a bag of women's jewelry, which leads you to believe that the jewelry was stolen. Now, that is not proven, but that is what happened. He was also fighting, skipping
He
class.
said his mama was ratchet. Oh man. Dang, it's like happy Juneteenth. Let's all pile up on Trayvon.
Disrespecting the officers. That is not a coincidence. That is a pattern. And when he found out he had to go stay with his dad, he texted one of his friends. Let's take a listen to that exchange coming directly from Joel Gilbert's documentary. Take a listen.
After he was kicked out by his mother, Trayvon's friend Ayanna Fleming, tried to warn Trayvon, but he wasn't listening. My mom kicked me out. The police caught me out of school. So
That's crazy.
you just turning into a little
What's going on, Toya? Toya said, trust him. Trust and believe.
hoodlum. Nah, I'm a gang.
He said, nah, I'm a gangster. You know how kids are playing around like, nah, I'm a gangster. I'm a soldier. I got this. Oh man, all of this stuff is getting taken out of context. Yes, Trayvon Martin is a YN. Shout outs to Link dropping the Q.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Link kicking off the support, dropping off the huge. No problem, bro. $5 on the Cash App. Link says, thanks for playing the vid. Oh yeah, we're gonna iron this out. I got you, Link. I got you, bro. I mean, and look, hey, look, Link, this is, you gotta keep them gators down, man. This is some good stuff to go over. This is some great stuff to go over on, close to Juneteenth. I kind of dibbled and dabbled in the coon fuckery. We had to iron out is Shahrazad. And shout outs to the Dumper. We got another video by him today, by the way. Is Shahrazad Ali, a traditional Keisha, So it seems like this year everybody was somewhat getting it in. You know what I'm saying? Getting it in when it comes to, Juneteenth, I guess, I appreciate you for supporting the show. Thank you, bro. As always, shout outs to Link. Let's do that again. Let's go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
All right. Shout outs to Link. You said, well, it's documented that Trayvon Martin used to cut up. I think he would have. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I kind of don't believe Zimmerman's story also. I'm pretty sure he was a YN. But well, obviously right here, I think he throwing a gangster disciple sign right here. But Zimmerman was like he was on top of him and like he's like, I got you now. I'm gonna get you, honky. Like he Zimmerman made it seem like, you know what I'm saying, he was a Thundercat. You know what I'm saying? He was far from a fairy. Yep. He was far from a fairy. And I'm not gonna lie, Zimmerman went on tour, sold the gun. The gun, how much did that gun sell for? Didn't it auction for like a couple hundred? You know what I'm saying? Until this day, I think even right before 2022, 2022, Zimmerman was still going on Trayvon tour. So, it was crazy. But Also, too, you guys, because let me tell y'all something. I'm all for saving the black community. First of all, not even saving, because like honestly, when you use the word saving, you're kind of looking at it wrong anyway. I'm for you know healthy 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 black relationships. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand the dialogue of a lot of people in these spaces. It's like these niggas want to be tricks for the rest of their life. Cool. You know what I'm saying? But stop being in these spaces, pretending like you're me or somebody else. A lot of these niggas are new here. I don't even know how some of these dudes got a voice. But you know, if you're pro relationships and stuff like that, or if you're worried about women cooking food and all kinds of shit like that, to a certain degree, you're supposed to be pro functional relationships. So I don't know how you could ever be in these spaces and not be pro marriage. Uh, if you can't be a player, a lot of these niggas can't be a player, and you're supposed to be pro relationships and shit like that. I don't want to hear this save black people babble talk from them people. And if you guys know your history and done your history, you shouldn't want to either. That shit should make some of y'all sick to y'all stomach. But whatever. I guess this is the content that people want, right? So, a lot of people can miss me with that shit. But if y'all hear, contrary to a lot of the shows that I've done, especially recently, if y'all hear me say, like, look, I'm tired of black history being weaponized against black people, because it can only be weaponized against you if you well, it's weaponized against a lot of guys, but if you truly do your history, you'll see that it's weaponized against you. And one of the things that you hear all the time is that, oh, Zimmerman is still alive. Like somebody's supposed to pick up a gun and go find Zimmerman and shit like that. Man, listen, women can shoot bullets too. That's why the name for a gun is the great equalizer. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I get tired of black history getting weaponized against men. We got to hear this goofy kumbaya story. And one of the talking points that you hear in the earliest, in today's century, is that Zimmerman is still alive. You know, if you take your goofy ass over there and go try to gun down Zimmerman, you'll find out that your woman is in bed with Zimmerman. Your woman is right there in bed with Zimmerman, trying to gas you up to go do something to him, to end up like Trayvon, or have a bullet in your back. You know, so you know, um, I'm not trying to sit here and listen to that bullshit. And you shouldn't either. You should be clinically terribly upset to hear that coming from somebody that wants you to lay your life, you know what I'm saying, on the line down for him. So it's kind of fitting. Shout outs to Link. Link always be fine in the game. You know that you say he is 2.5 million in debt. God damn. Yeah, hey, go on them tours, my nigga. God damn. Go on them tours, my nigga. That's the only thing you got going for you at this point. Shit. You know. But nah, anybody that's ever done their history should be upset about that. You know. But shout outs to Link for finding a bed wrench, a bed wenchy. I don't know what she aims to accomplish, but okay. Let's take a listen. So let's get back into it.
Gangsta. Boy, don't get one planted in your chest. I'm scared. You should be.
His exact words, I'm a gangsta. I didn't say it. He said it. And clearly he was just about into everything you don't want your child
She
to be
arguing
into.
with a dead man.
He wasn't just heading to the store for candy. He had previously been trying to score lean, trying to get high. Let's take a listen to that exchange coming directly from Joel Gilbert's documentary. Take a listen.
Trayvon was into lean to get high. The ingredients included cough syrup, a soft drink.
Okay, so just like George Floyd, he deserves to die because he's trying to get high. Trayvon Martin deserved to die because he was trying to get high. He wanted some high tech, some walk hard. You know, he wanted some lean. Okay, he wasn't a good person. He was trying to get high, y'all. He got some cough syrup, Arizona, and some Skittles. He was trying to get high. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Good to see you, man. Good morning. Yes, please, y'all, hit the like button and support the show. Let's go. Yeah, where you from?
And candy.
Cough medicine contains dextromethorphan, a dangerous hallucinogenic.
So now walking around with cough medicine is a crime because you're trying to get high. Okay, what's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, brother. Yes, sir.
Trayvon was trying to score codeine from his friend Mackenzie Bakash. A connect
Yeah, why it got to be watermelon?
for codeine. I
Negroes like watermelon.
had it before. Just use Robitussin and soda to make some fire-ass lean. Codeine is a higher dose of DXM.
Now, whether that was the plan for that day, it's not clear. But I do know this. This ain't some little kid that needs to be celebrated. If you thought that was bad, oh,
this ain't no. Okay, we went out and we should be back now. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. He's a bad guy trying to get high. Oh man. They always do that with us. Yeah, you shouldn't have no type of sympathy or remorse for Trayvon Martin because he's a bad guy trying to get high. He's such a bad guy because he's destroying his own body. You said plot twist, George Floyd is Trayvon's dad. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, man. He's a bad guy trying to get high, y'all. Oh, he's such a. They did the same thing with Diddy. Oh, he's such a horrible person because he's trashing his body. He's an addict. He deserves to die. He deserves something to happen to him because he's trying to get high, y'all.
Trayvon was trying to score codeine from his friend Mackenzie Bakash. A connect for codeine. I had it before. Just use Robitussin and soda to make some fire-ass lean.
Told him to go robo tripping. Such a bad kid. He's trying to go sit down and doze off because he took some cough medicine.
Codeine is a higher dose of DXM.
now whether that was the plan for that day, it's not clear. But I do know this. This ain't some little kid that needs to be celebrated. Because if you thought that was...
Oh, yeah, he's a grown-ass adult. You've never made a mistake in your life. So I guess when you touch a hot stove, you should get shot too, huh?
Bad. Oh, it gets worse. Trayvon was also out here texting about guns, trying to buy one, selling them, and you want to know why? Because of his words, not mine. He's a gangster. Like I said, he's a hood.
When did Trayvon start arguing with you? He's a gangster. He's a gangster. You know what's the funny part? Is that these women, especially this type, because you'll be a suburban, right? You'll be a suburb kind of guy. And you will try to get with a woman like this. And guess who this woman is walking around with or in the mall with? The gangster. She's with the gangsters. Women like this date gangsters all the time. The soft-spoken ones, the ones that know how to play piano. The nice, cool ones. These crackly voice bitches, they be dating gangsters all the time. Yeah, Diddy deserves a life sentence because he had sex. Oh my God, he's so disgusting. He's having sex. Oh, he's a danger to society. He's putting pink cocaine in his body. You said that would make a wild episode of Maury. Man, that would set black people back I don't know how many years.
Hoodlum, and this is hoodlum behavior. Let's take a look at this clip of Trayvon Martin exchanging messages about guns from the Trayvon hoax documentary. Take a listen.
A week before his death, his text messages showed that guns and
Link, you crazy. Out of all the things I said, Link laughed at play piano. She's all right, it looked like she plays a clarinet. You know, she's a clarinet player, bro.
gun dealing were coming into play for Trayvon. Dario was Darius Morrow. On Facebook, he went by D Stacks. You got heat? I got a bill right now for some fi. A bill was $100 and fi meant firearm.
Man, they could be talking about weed. Anyway.
Quay was Trayvon's cousin, Ronquavius Fulton. He was in on the gun dealing too. You want a 22 revolver? What shooter? Tell fool I got 80 for him right now.
And there you have it. They didn't just sell you a story, they sold you a fantasy. They edited photos, they buried the facts, and they handed you a narrative built to spark outrage. Because outrage gives them power. Trayvon Martin wasn't the innocent saint they printed out on the protest sign. He was a troubled teenager in a broken system coming from a broken home, especially when you consider this. His father was a criminal informant.
Damn.
He was a
Going after his dad too now.
former drug trafficker, and he was a member of the Crips gang, very close to the streets, and that's exactly the problem. We keep trying to blame white supremacy for every broken outcome instead of...
And there you go. Bed winching. Okay, cool. I get it. But do you have to protect white supremacy? And then, like, you could have just did a human morality argument. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, when they have like white boyfriends, they take on the ideology and patina of their white boyfriends. You know. Yeah, he should have obeyed his father and stayed home. Right. Sooner or later, like, the women of yesteryear was better, or maybe because I was young, or I don't know. I would like to probably think because I was young, but the women of yesteryear, they kind of concealed things better. They could keep a secret. You know, they held things together a lot better. You know, they held things together a lot better. The women of today, they're just horrible. You know, like I'm talking about like millennial and down. Like certain millennial and down, they just don't make them anymore. I can see if she was coming from a human morality standpoint, but I just don't understand why they're blaming white supremacy. Like, I don't understand why you're defending white supremacy out of nowhere when white supremacy didn't ask you. You know, I get it. You probably got, you know, a little boyfriend and shit like that, and you kind of want to pledge allegiance to, you know, on Juneteenth and kind of align yourself with his ideology and shit like that. But like you know, there's people out here that been doing the research, and we get it. You know, and I ain't gonna lie. See, sisters, I want y'all to pay attention because these are the girls that will get into a fight with y'all when they're around y'all. You know, a lot of the regular sisters and shit like that. I want to let y'all know, and y'all know this already. You know, it's a look. Like there's a certain type of women that Brad will date, and this is one of them. Just goofy, confused looking sister. This is the type of women that Brad dates. So yes, we could tell y'all apart. We can tell y'all apart. You know, I know y'all don't think we're smart. Some of us are smart enough, but we can tell y'all apart. It's like, bro, yes, this is the type that they go for. Some of these girls, they end up getting knocked up, getting have a little baby and shit like that. Sometimes that happens. You know. But girls like this, they usually don't get married. They usually have they mixed kid and just kind of just stay in the suburbs. You know. You said Trayvon would have obeyed his father and stayed home. Yeah, he would. He would be here today. Right about that, War Master. You said I see chicks like her with Brads and get insecure because she's still attracted to black men. Happened countless times. Yeah, yeah. And they date the gangsters too. You know. Yeah, it's a crime to buy Skittles and shit. You said all the adults in Trayvon's life failed him. I've never met a true divester in real life. You probably have, but they conceal it well too. You know, they do conceal it well. I will say that. You know, because even sometimes, you know, and I'm pretty good at observation and stuff like that. Even sometimes, you know, you got to you got to take a deep look. You know, you got to take a deep look and be like, oh, okay, you're a divester. You know, some of the women, you know, obviously you go off observation, but you know, you don't get a chance to really question them to be like, okay, you know, this is what she into. He said 2025 and niggas just justifying getting killed for going to your local bodega. Right. You say, yep. Yep. Say you right, Kuda. Yeah, it's some real shit. It's some real shit. They gotta look. Toya said, couldn't be me. I know. You did. That shit crazy though. But you see what I'm saying, Toya? Like they have a look. You know what she almost looked like? The other girl that should have gotten famous, because I think she was actually painstakingly coon funny. What happened to the girl? Y'all remember that Disney movie Cars? And they had that tow truck with the fucked up teeth. I think his name was Honker. What happened to that girl that I think either went on Dr. Phil or one of those shows and she said, I'm white. Like she swore up and down she was white. What happened to her? She was funny. That was some good TV back then. You know? What happened to the black girl? I found her to be a little bit more entertaining than Danielle Bregoli because she was like trying to check her family. You know, she's telling her family like she was acting up at the cookouts and shit like that, and she was like, you know, she didn't want to be around niggatry and shit like that. A female coon is hilarious. A young female coon is that's some that you can't make that shit up. Yeah, they'll date like a Fred Durst. Yeah, this is Cynthia G types. Yeah, Cynthia G is absolutely one of these types. Cynthia G though, she gets a somewhat honorary pass because she got sisters that look like they bout it. You know what I'm saying? So she get the down with it card. You know. You said you guys are off the mark. Who she sleep with have nothing to do with this case. No, 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 no. I'm not saying alluding to this case at all. I'm saying in general. I'm talking about like her type. I'm really talking about her type more so than her ideology. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about how she's alluding all of this stuff back to white supremacy. It's like, who said anything about white supremacy? You know what I'm saying? Who said anything about white supremacy when Zimmerman he's Latino, right? And she probably did, Raven. You know, that's some real shit. She probably did. You said she got a train ran on her by 14 white boys. She's a baby mama now. Can somebody find her? Yeah. Yeah, they weaponized their preference a little bit. But yeah, let's listen to this goofy shit.
Blaming the people.
She's up here arguing with and she's reading a teleprompter. She up here arguing with a young deceased teenager.
Who should actually be held accountable? The parents. Okay, so I know what you're thinking. If Trayvon wasn't the innocent little boy the media claimed he was, then maybe George Zimmerman wasn't the monster they said he was either. And you'd be exactly right. Because once they crowned Trayvon with sainthood, they needed a villain, a monster. And that monster was George Zimmerman. The media twisted his image. They ran his mugshot in the ground because the facts weren't even close to the story they were selling. Let's start with the race angle. They called him white to trigger outrage. And when that didn't hit hard enough, they made up a whole new race category, white Hispanic. Ask yourself, when have you ever heard someone called that outside of this case? You haven't.
See, you're a young goofy chick. No, you haven't. You haven't. We've heard the term white Hispanic. We've heard the term white Hispanic. So a lot of people, they get mad at the quote unquote white Hispanic. Like, for example, right? Racism, y'all, and classism is all around the world, all around the world. This goes out to y'all all around the world. It's all around the world. Like, I'm in Southeast Asia at the moment. Obviously y'all know. It is hot as fuck out here, okay? There's a lot of black, darker skin Southeast Asians. If you go look at Miss Cambodia or shit, Miss Philippines or you know what I'm saying, you'll see the lighter skinned Asian people, right? Hispanic is a made up term. Absolutely correct, War Master. And this is the thing though. They will show you the lighter skinned ones. If you even go look in some of the food, right? If you go look at some of the food out here, um they have bleach in a lot of the food still, to lighten up the skin. You know what I'm saying? So people still believe in taboo race and race theory and stuff like that in different places all around the world. You know what I'm saying? All around the world. A lot of sisters came out here a couple years ago, and there's a lot of sisters out here still. And they were mad as hell because they saw people actually bleaching themselves. Hell, in Jamaica, you know what I'm saying? In Jamaica, uh Vibes Cartel, he bleached his skin, you know? I guess he couldn't get it in jail, but he bleached his skin. He was also selling a version of cake soap. you know so when we look at the definition of beauty and all this stuff all around the world, people are more people will will gravitate to the more lighter skin tones. And honestly, if you're a black man and you want to date outside your race, or you're dating certain type of people, you know, don't be surprised when certain families are side eyeing you when you get brought home. Whether you're in Latino countries and whether you're in America, wherever you are, you know what I'm saying? You get looked at sideways. Whereas in a lot of cases, it's preferred for them to bring a white man home because look, what's understood don't got to be explained. You know what I'm saying? You know, and to a certain degree, good, bad, right, or wrong, people want to feel that they're going to be taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Some of that shit ain't even rooted in. I mean, honestly, I was about to tell y'all a big ass lie. Obviously, that's what I'm not going to say is a lie. What it is because I almost caught myself. Racism is rooted in the fear of genetic annihilation. You know, because I was gonna say it's more so rooted in fear than racism, but fear is a part of racism. It's rooted in genetic annihilation. It's rooted in, hey, when I wake up one day, I'm gonna feel some type of way because I don't see anybody that looks like myself. It's like you don't see your own reflection. Hell, even the reason why people are having kids and stuff like that is to create even their own reflection, an image of their own reflection. You know what I'm saying? Your children are a reflection of even your own image. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, LT man? Good to see you. Yeah, look. Shout outs to LT man. Look, coming in with the receipts. Hold on, let me catch up on some of the comments real quick. But give me 1 second. Let me get this out real quick. Shout outs to LT man in the building. Good to see you, brother. So when you guys look around the world, right, and you start seeing the representation of you know what I'm saying, of people in their countries, you know what I'm saying? Listen, even if you look at South Africa, you got your Elon Musks. She's really not South African, but she's from South Africa, and she reps South Africa. You have Tyler, you know what I'm saying? Even though her dad is Indian or Ethiopian or something like that, and she obviously looks like she's from Ethiopia. You have Tyler, the girl that sings the water song. You have, so you have different things. You have different things, going on. People cling to the lighter, to the, light is right, white is right. People cling to that. You got niggas lying on the census. You know what I'm saying? I know a couple of black people. My friend, um, one of y'all said something the other day that he says, "Oh, the friend that I was telling you about, I think Link, was it you that was like, what about Ja Rule? What do you think Ja Rule thinks about this? Jeffrey Atkins. I got a friend, right, that used to be in my rap group. He's funny as hell. His name is Joe. And he takes up a bunch of, like, he makes a fun of he makes a bunch of funny nigga jokes, like coon jokes, right? Like he I remember we used to go to open mic nights with them and shit like that. And like he was like, niggas belong in cages. We knew what he meant because it was funny. Because he's like this big fat dude, but he's like funny as hell. And his rap name was Trill Cosby. His rap name was Trill Cosby. And I remember one time, bro, I don't know what happened, but we were in a cipher, and he was like something, if I try to get out my car, I'm stuck, cuz he's like a fat dude. He was like, something, if I try to get out my car, I'm stuck. He said, I'm more racist than a white man in a pickup truck or some shit like that. Bro, we just busted out laughing cuz it was funny. And it wasn't, cuz a lot of his first of all, a lot of people didn't take him seriously, even though he could rap his ass off. But a lot of his rapping was like based off of comedy. He added a lot of comedy to his rapping, but it was like dark Negro comedy and shit like that, right? And what I'm saying is that, I know a lot of black people that claim white on their senses, and I remember he was telling me for years. He was like, he was like, until he got like a government job, or some type of job where they had to do a background check. That's when they found out he was black, and that shit was funny. He was like, for years he was claiming white on his senses and stuff like that, and all kinds of shit. It was just funny, coming from him out of all people, because he's a Negro, like a Negro. He's a Negro's Negro. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge and sponsoring today's show as always. $20 on the Cash App. War Master said Kuda went to Asia to finally bleach his hair. Nah, man. Nah, man. Listen, those women got mad as hell. I guess we could say palm colored, right? War Master, to kind of cover it up. Palm colored, right? Those women got mad as hell when they saw Asian women bleaching their skin. And if you go look into certain products, you will see bleach. 1 to 2% bleach, because when they start eating certain products and stuff, it's to lighten up their skin. You know what I'm saying? It's to help lighten up their skin, even throughout generations and stuff like that. They have a lot of soy too in their foods. But this is the thing though, y'all. Um um people people gravitate to more lighter, features. This goes into color, this goes beyond colorism. It gets into featureism. It gets into a lot of stuff, you know? It gets into a lot of stuff. It gets into featureism. It gets into a lot of different things, you know? What I was about to say. So yeah, the lighter you are, some people it's for opportunities. Some people it's the circles that you're around and stuff like that. Like I said, a lot of Jamaicans too, they bleach their skin. They fuck up their skin. Look at Michael Jackson. Um, it's just so much stuff, you know? It's just so much stuff. But if you go to all corners of the world, being lighter is considered a privilege until you're around a whole bunch of other people that look like you that's lighter, and the playing field is somewhat even. You said chicks like her act extra hostile towards black men they are attracted to. That's true. That's true. Shout outs to LT Man. Yeah, Sammy Sosa bleached the hell out of his skin. He looked crazy. Venus and Serena Williams, look at she bleached her skin. Vibes Cartel bleached his skin. Tribalism, right, New? Yeah, they do. I've seen some Karens. I've seen some Karens trying to attract black men mid Karening. You know. Yeah, it does exist for hard conversations. You dig? Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Yes, please support the show. Hit the like button. I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. You said better have a SPF 40. Fida says most African women are unattractive. They gotta be are unattractive. They gotta be mixed. I mean, it depends on your preference. I mean, if you go to South Africa and stuff like that, you'll see a lot of stuff going on out there. You'll see a lot of stuff going on out there, man. You know, most white women are too pale and lame looking. They need some color. Well, also too, when people bleach themselves in these tropical areas like Jamaica or Southeast Asia and stuff like that, they do other different things. Because if you were pale and didn't have certain melanin, when it got real hot, man, that sunscreen couldn't save that ass. Sunscreen couldn't save that ass. And then also too, you got tans. So you got tans. Go look up Time magazine of what they want the actual American to look like from inbreeding and stuff like that. It's crazy, you know. Sexual desire trumps racism, and biological factors matter as well. Race mixing gives better protection against the sun and boosts the immune system. There's some truth to that. You said niggas are looking for Michael Jackson, Mr. Potato Head. You said niggas was looking like the Michael Jackson, Mr. Potato Head. Yeah, Sammy Sosa looked crazy. I mean, it just made you look sick. I mean, it made you look like you had vitiligo. You know, some of those people get called cows. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you again for supporting the show as always.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master as always. Thank you for supporting the show. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support good content. It's Player Talk Radio. Support the show. We're gonna get into it on today's show. We're gonna talk about some stuff, you know. You said South African women are mixed. Yeah, a lot of them are. And then you have a lot of white South African women that you know, they like the Caribbean, you know. You know. And humans have this thing, they have this thing in this taste for some type of, and it changes depending on where you go. You know, everywhere has their own version of what they think is exotic, mind you. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people when they try to tan to a certain degree is to look exotic. A lot of people when they try to do certain things is to look or feel exotic, you know? All right. You said I was in Mombasa in the 90s and most of them look like roaches. Oh my goodness. War Master said, nah, Kuda. Western men in general like women with a darker complexion for a woman's ethnic group. There is some truth to that. Yeah, there is some truth to that. You did? There is some truth to that. You know? I mean, even back in the day, you know, if you look at Abraham Lincoln and all these other guys and stuff like that, they didn't look as white or as pale as people would want you to think they looked. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those guys, they had train smoke on them and stuff like that and all kinds of other shit, you know? And then people didn't bathe as much. You know what I'm saying? People didn't bathe as much, you know? But yeah, I mean, people are selective when it comes to color. You know, people are selective when it comes to color. And also to the region of the world, you know, the region of the world that they're in. But they always when it comes to fashion and certain things, just to be politically correct and honestly, I guess people could call it somewhat racism or racist or non-inclusionary, they would use the whiter counterparts more than the darker counterparts. You know what I'm saying? Um, I told y'all too when I got to Asia, I'm like, man, they kiss white ass out here. You know what I'm saying? They kiss white ass everywhere. You know, you can go to South America and you know, and the quote unquote, because they you know the term white Hispanic. Well, guess what? They get to see white ass get kissed in South America too. You know, the white man's ass get kissed everywhere all over the world for different reasons. You know, it's actually interesting when you when you stay in certain spots and see it. But this is the thing though, y'all. All right. Um, there's people, if y'all want to make it a race thing, there's people in those same countries, whether they have lighter skin or darker skin, you know what I'm saying? That believe the same way. You know, I didn't know, but if y'all ever get the chance to go to China or be around actual Chinese people that's not Americanized, they feel the same way about a lot of stuff that you'll be surprised how much they have black people have in common with Chinese people, which is crazy, you know. Um, Also too, we might reopen this goofy conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, it's a preference thing, but people mixing, you know, racism with their preferences. But there, did y'all get to catch Sauce Walker? So all right, there's this rapper named Mexican. I think his name is Mexican OT from Texas, I guess, right? And he went on a podcast, and the funny part is that they said that the girl that asked him this question was a quote unquote a tether, also a Nigerian woman that was asking him about saying the N word and all this other shit, right? You know, niggas is still harping on that shit, and he was like, what y'all gonna do about it and blah blah blah. He basically answered the question wrong and stuff like that, or answered the question aggressively or whatever. So a lot of people are making it a big deal that he uses the N word. Whatever. Um, Niggas just trying to find something to eat or whatever. Anicia, the slow NyQuil rapper, and I like her stuff. She cool. But she's super pale. You know, um, she was like, oh, he shouldn't be able to say in the whoop de whoop. And Sauce Walker was like, you ain't even, super black, to be saying who should be saying what and blah blah blah. So even black people amongst black people, and countless times, we get into this goofy ass conversation. Maybe y'all should go back in the day and go watch some of my old player talk radio shows where we already hashed this out. And it was way more entertaining than today's conversation. It was way more fun because you know what we had back in the day, y'all? We had two women running around here. War Master will tell you. We had two women running around here. We had Rashida Strober, who was supposed to be a dark skinned activist. And we had another woman, I forgot her name. I'm always forgetting her name, who was a light skinned woman activist and stuff like that. So a lot of this shit goes deep. And then you can't really trust too many black people also because they're kind of just like this bed wrench that we have right here on the screen. You know what I'm saying? They will talk all kinds of shit about dark skinned women or black men and stuff like that, and black culture and all this other stuff. And they'll be jet black, and they will be trying to sleep with light skinned dudes or white dudes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like Anisha. She's pretty cool. She got potential, but she be chilling. But she funny as hell. I definitely type of woman I hang out with. But you got people talking all of this race shit, and it's goofy because they will try to sleep with lighter skinned people to create the same people that they complain about. You know what I'm saying? So it gets really goofy. And then once you get past their argument, you'll start to see that they deify people of other skin tones and stuff like that, and skin color and stuff like that. Like they deify them. Like they once you get past the ideology, or get them to start talking about their ideology, get them talking enough, and it gets into this place of worship where it's like, okay, this isn't really about race or whatever that you're trying to convince people that it's about. You basically worship. Is race worship. You know what I'm saying? And what you'll see is it's like a transplant. You'll see people that ain't even from a certain race, never even been to those countries in their life, basically worshiping another race of people. And honestly, what's funny? If y'all go listen to that Cam Newton interview with K Michelle, you would see that if he let her talk long enough, she was going to get into that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When they start comparing the white man to the black man, as if there isn't no version of each man, of every skin tone, of every culture, of every race that don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? Certain things aren't specific, to one race, you know. But this is the obstacles that we create for each other as human beings, and sometimes it comes out in the name of competition. You said Rashida Strober was the colorist she was talking about, right? Because when she got the opportunity, she called another dark skinned woman burnt like chicken. That's what made this shit all funny. Y'all got to go check out those third shift episodes, man. I do this. I definitely don't get the credit I deserve, but hey, I do this, man. And y'all too. Y'all are included. Y'all were there. A lot of the brothers here were there. You know what I'm saying? So I know what pressure points to talk about. I know, you know, where to hit, you know? People ain't ready for this level of conversation when we get into that. You said my dad is somewhat lighter than me, and my granddad almost looks white, but he's Lumbee tribe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then also, man, you got African tribes of and they got the kids out there of black people that aren't albino. That yeah, she had a light skinned boyfriend. Like I said, they deify what they want, you know. But you got African tribes, you know, that have white skin and blonde hair. You know, it's just that that's not what's presented to you guys, you know. And then you got the standard of beauty. You know, people identify themselves in a lot of cases through the dominant society. So when you look at South America, you know, you got to do your research. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's just funny that they're having this whole talk about Mexicans saying the N word and all kinds of shit like that. And it's like, bro, you gotta do y'all research. You know, Mexican lineage is black lineage also. You know, all kinds of stuff. A lot of that stuff that happened in the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying, is a bunch of nations down there having wars that failed. And if you do your history, a lot of your quote unquote ancestral history that you guys claim to have loyalty in the United States, a lot of that shit is in South America. And if you do your due diligence and do your history and actually travel there, you would see that they preserve it for the return of the lineage, you know. But a lot of people ain't talking about that, you know, and it's just funny, you know, and it's still considered America, you know. But anyway, but we're talking about this, right? You know, she's talking about George Zimmerman, but she's bringing it back to white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? She's bringing it back to white supremacy, you know. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. All right. Y'all give me a second. I'm like a day and a half behind. Like I said, my Wi-Fi was down for like a day. So and I'm still trying to rebuild everything back to the top. Make sure you guys please hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. You said back in the days those would get murked looking like that. I don't know. I mean, you know, some of these women were the house coons also. Um we're not even gonna get started on the Creoles. Some shout outs to my Creoles, but y'all know, you know, it's just a lot. You just got to do your history, you know. And then look at the books behind her: The Unseen Hand, Emotional Intelligence. What the hell? Let's get it.
Because they created it from scratch just to make the narrative work. They needed the shooter to be white so they can force a race war. But here's what they didn't want you to know. George Zimmerman's mother is Afro-Peruvian. His dad is white, and he grew up around black families. He mentored black boys. He volunteered. He voted for Obama, for God's sakes. And he filed a police report after a white cop's son beat up a homeless black man.
None of that shit matters. But let's get it. None of this shit matters.
Then showed up to City Hall to protest the cover-up. Take a look at this clip from the Trayvon hoax documentary by Joel Gilbert. Let's see the version of Zimmerman the media refused to show. Take a
growing
listen.
up. Politically, I was a Democrat. I was an Obama.
Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Thank you, bro. Yes, please tap that like button. Let's get it.
I'm a supporter. I had been caught up in the promises of hope and change. Barack Obama's candidacy did inspire me to become more active. Can you tell me about your mentoring experience? I was mentoring 2 African-American teenagers in a suburb of Orlando. Unfortunately, they had a father that was imprisoned for life, so they didn't really have a father in the home.
I take them to restaurants that they hadn't been to, kind of expand their cultural horizons. We spend a lot of time at churches playing basketball, just spending time with them one-on-one, letting them know that they're important. And then whenever I could afford it, I'd splurge and take them somewhere nice. It was inspiring to see a positive change in kids that had a troubled background. I got a lot more from the kids than I think they
Now,
got from me.
does that look like a racist? It doesn't. That looks like someone who...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
was imperfect in the middle of a bad situation. To be clear, Zimmerman wasn't pretending to be a cop. He joined the neighborhood watch, and the police told him straight up, if you see suspicious activity, call 311. And that's exactly what he did. This wasn't some peaceful, crime-free suburb. Residents were dealing with real burglaries. People were scared. Some homes were even hit with home invasions. And yeah, most of the suspects were black males. That is not racism. That is facts, confirmed by the neighbors, security footage, and courtroom testimony. Take a look at this clip from the trial. A Sanford neighbor describing exactly what happened.
Like, is this like a college experiment that she's doing? Like why? Like, please tell me she just took a college presentation and just published it on YouTube.
Take a listen.
What was happening at the retreat at Twin Lakes in the months prior to your joining up with the Community Watch program?
We were being riddled by crime, robberies. We actually had home invasions.
I've heard someone
She gonna have the classroom buzzing with this one.
ring my doorbell repeatedly, and I saw two young African-American guys. They broke into my house. I heard some bangs downstairs, and he was shaking the doorknob trying to get in. And I was sitting there with a pair of rusty scissors and my son in one arm.
Neighborhood Watch was not something that I had thought of becoming a part of or wanted to be a part of. My wife had urged me.
You said that Lumbee beef runs deep. Yeah, they used to try to call them $5 Indians, which is fucked up. Shout outs to Fighter. Fighter said, what's her name, Kuda? I'm going to review this. The name of it is called Exposing the Trayvon Case. Lie Manipulated. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the link that Link dropped. Shout outs to Link. If you could drop the link again, so we can link Fighter to it. Hold on. It's a lot of fluff talk. Hold on, I can't even find the link. It's a lot of fluff talk. But I mean, a lot of people were doing that, you know. They even had to change lyrics in hip hop. Like, if you guys are West Coast fans, like of West Coast music, YG has a song. I think it's called "Meet the Fockers." You know what I'm saying? He has a song called "Meet the Fockers," and he was talking about how you want to scope out a Chinese family. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't believe in bank accounts. So they usually have large amounts of money stashed somewhere in their house. So that's a house you want to hit. And I mean, around that time, especially in those suburb areas and stuff like that, you got to be careful because they will scope your house out. They will rob your crib. You know, they will rob your crib. You know, and black, white, candy stripe don't matter. It don't matter. You know. You said, I've seen how they get in the comments about it. Very racially divisive. Absolutely. Thank you, Link. Link said, I got y'all. Yeah, see, look, Link does spread the love today. I appreciate you, bro. Shout outs to Link in the building. You said Trayvon got caught with jewelry from some of those robberies. Yeah. So they do target houses in the suburbs and stuff like that because, quote unquote, they think people got money out there and they break in, you know. But that was another thing. That was oddly strange. How I get what they were trying to do to make it seem like that he was a kid and stuff like that because they were using a lot of younger photos and baby photos of Trayvon Martin. It's like the person that they caught was a grown ass man. That almost looked like a grown ass man. Obviously he's a young adult, but he definitely didn't look as young as those. They try to make it seem like Zimmerman took out a 9-year-old. It's like, okay, that's what we doing out here. We shooting up 9-year-olds, you know. They try to make it seem that way, because a lot of people, they know that they're gonna have a knee-jerk reaction, and when people have that knee-jerk reaction, some people are banking on the damage to get done early before any type of reconciliation happens. I mean, look at what we're talking about with this Israel and Iran thing. Trump's like, hey, we got a ceasefire going on and blah, blah, blah. They're finishing up on their latest mission. Man, Iran tried to Israel tried to mollywop Iran. You know what I'm saying? So people go off of, what's going on, Fasting? There he goes. Good to see you, bro. Man, if y'all aren't subscribed to Fasting is Life, I got to question your life. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Fasting in the building. Good to see you, man. One of the most talented men on YouTube that I know and everywhere, But yeah, they were hoping that, hey, before any reconciliation happens, certain people get a certain amount of damage done. People are slimy like that too, y'all. I don't want y'all to take that for granted. People are fucking slimy. You know what I'm saying? If somebody feels that they can get a cheap shot, a cheap shot in the door against you, then they will. So, and a lot of people live for the cheap shots. You dig? A lot of people live for the cheap shots. Okay, I take this as a cheap shot. What I mean? Because all right, this case is closed. The young man is gone. What is there to argue about? But people will feel some type of way. People will feel some type of way and still feel some type of way about, this Trayvon Martin case because obviously it bled into other cases that we see now, especially with, this Austin Metcalf thing and that stuff coming up.
To do something.
Now, with that context, here's what happened. Zimmerman saw someone walking slowly in the rain, looking around like he didn't belong, and he reported it. Just like he was told to do, just like he had the right to do. And here's how the call started. Take a listen.
Sanford Police Department, lines being recorded by Sean. Hey, we've had some break-ins in my neighborhood, and there's a...
Yeah, we heard this. And honestly, I will say this. I agree with War Master. If Trayvon would have followed his father's instructions, he would have been here. And if Zimmerman would have followed the police instructions, don't chase after him. Hey.
Real suspicious guy. It's Retrieve View Circle. The best address I can give you is 111 Retrieve View Circle. This guy looks like he's up to no good or he's on drugs or something. It's raining and he's just walking around looking about.
That's your context. And then only after that, the dispatcher asked, is he black, white, or Hispanic? But ABC edited the
Candy
call
Stripe.
to make it seem like Zimmerman brought up race first. Take a listen to the edited version and then the full version of that infamous call. Take a listen.
This guy looks like he's up to no good. He looks black.
Did you see what he was wearing?
Yeah, a dark hoodie. This guy looks like he's up to no good, or he's on drugs or something. It's raining and he's just walking around looking about.
Okay, and this guy, is he white, black, or Hispanic?
He looks black.
Did you see what he was wearing?
Yeah, a dark hoodie, like a gray hoodie,
And just so you know, people were fired for that lie. It triggered a $15 million lawsuit because the edit wasn't just shady, it was criminal. Zimmerman never changed his story. He gave a full statement to the police without a lawyer. He had a broken nose, grass stains on his back, and physical trauma consistent with being pinned down. And then there's the scream from the 911 call made by the neighbor. Let's take a listen to that.
911, do you need police, fire, medical? Maybe both. I'm not sure. There's just someone screaming outside.
Okay, what's the address that they're near? Okay, and is it a male or female?
It sounds like a male.
And you don't know why?
I don't know why. I think they're yelling help, but I don't know. Just send someone quick. Say, yeah.
Okay. Does he look hurt to you?
I can't see him. I don't want to go out there. I don't know what's going on. So, they're sending.
So you think he's yelling help?
Yes.
All right, what is your...
That doesn't sound like a guy chasing someone out of racial profiling. That sounds like someone screaming for their life, and that is called self-defense. So I'm really unsure why people are so confused when he said that he was defending himself. Once again, I'm not saying Trayvon deserved to die.
Well, I mean, that did sound like kids screaming and not Zimmerman screaming, but hey.
I'm saying this whole situation was tragic and unfortunate all the way around. Trayvon's life ended that night, but George Zimmerman's life ended in a different way. His name, his peace, his future, all destroyed. They tried to politicize this case and make it about stand your ground, even though that law had nothing to do with this case. This was a standard self-defense case, and it could have been fought in any of the 50 states, but they didn't sell that. So they ignored the context, they ignored the police instruction, they ignored the burglaries, they ignored Zimmerman's track record, they ignored the evidence, and they ignored the screams. Because this case was never about the truth. It was about narrative control. Because when the truth doesn't fit, they don't change the agenda, they change the truth. By now, we've exposed the media lies and emotional manipulation. But what happened behind the...
Shout outs to Devin D. Thank you, bro, as always. Yes, make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, and do me a huge favor. Hit the link that's pinned to the top of the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. You said the middle finger pick is hilarious. What middle finger pick? Fighter?
The scenes in the courtroom, in the legal strategy, in the actual witness testimony. Take this from tragedy to treacherous. Because this case wasn't just mishandled. This case, by all appearances, was a coordinated hoax. And Joel Gilbert's documentary, The Trayvon Hoax, lays out the full blueprint. Let's start with the so-called star witness, Rachel Jeantel. She was introduced to the public as Trayvon Martin's girlfriend, the girl supposedly on the phone with him during his final moments. She claimed Trayvon said, "Why are you following me?" A phrase that became the foundation of the racial narrative and the prosecution's entire case. But here's the truth. The girl that appeared in court wasn't his girlfriend. She wasn't the person on the phone, and she didn't know any key details about Trayvon. Meanwhile, Trayvon's actual girlfriend, the girl whose name shows up in his text messages, call log, and photo gallery, was a girl named Diamond Eugene. Her full name was Brittany Diamond Eugene. There were pictures of Diamond in Trayvon's phone. They were romantically involved, and in fact, they reportedly argued the day of the shooting because Diamond had another dude, which is probably why she didn't want to testify in the first place.
Damn. It's hard out here for a pimp. Ain't that crazy? Your teenage biatch cheating on you. You probably trying to break in someone's house. You trying to sip some syrup with your Skittles and your Long Island iced tea. Not Long Island iced tea, but your damn. You said everyone skips over the eyewitness who saw Trayvon beating Zimmerman onto the sidewalk. I wonder if she
So
mentions
instead of
him. Let's
telling the
see.
truth, they filled the spot, and that someone was Rachel. Now, to be clear, the state never officially said they swapped anyone. But based on everything we know now, it looks like Trayvon Martin's parents and their attorney, Benjamin.
Oh, they had Trayvon showing the middle finger. Yeah, she's basically fighter. She's trying to say that Trayvon is a YN. You know, he was a YN. Yo, Mr. Martin was a YN.
Benjamin
That's
Crump helped
basically what it is.
orchestrate the switch,
Yeah, Arizona iced tea. I don't know why I said Long Island.
putting
Jesus
Rachel on the
Christ.
stand to pretend she was the girl on the phone.
Shouts to the owner of Arizona iced tea because, you know what I'm saying? He kept them joints at $1 when he could have went up. And I ain't gonna lie, he know for a fact niggas would have paid more than $1 for that Arizona iced tea. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I sell tea. You know, he's like, I'm not trying to, he don't care about the price. He's like, I sell tea. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, speaking of prices not going up and quality and all kinds of teas, that is used, make sure when you hit the link that's pinned to the top of the chat, use code T dash tube 10 to get 10% off your order. Use code T dash tube 10 to get 10% off your order and mention CUDA and you get 2 free gifts. You get 2 free gifts with your order. Okay? You can't beat that with a wiffle bat. Down to the T. All right? Use code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. Also, when you head over to hempforfitness.com, just like Arizona tea, their prices don't go up neither. The only thing that goes up is the quality. Okay? Their prices don't go up neither. So make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com and place your order. You know what I'm saying? And let me show you guys real quick what I like. And we got more products coming. You see these green green apple, these hemp green apple honey ring. I said honey. God damn it. I'm reading the wrong thing. These hemp green apple gummy rings, not honey. Gummy rings. There also should be a link in the chat that pops up, when I share this, that will take you straight to the hemp green apple gummy rings. These are fire. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna get the prices right. Like I said, my internet was down the day before yesterday, so I'm gonna spend tonight getting all the prices together. But if you don't like the green apple honey rings, you got watermelon gummy rings, right? And then you have the blueberry blasts. Blueberry blast, all right? Can't go wrong. So make it last with the blueberry blast. UFO Kamikaze says, what did UFO Kamikaze say? He says, like I said yesterday, most of this online shit is entertainment and speculation. Real life happens offline. Yeah. Yeah. But if you listen to that recording, and make sure y'all check out the links that's in the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com. And yeah, this ain't no honey pack, all right? And listen, if you have an erectile, if you took that honey pack and you having erectile dysfunction and all kinds of shit going on with your Johnson, you need to rejuvenate it with something natural. Head over to hempforfitness.com. All right, they got natural supplements over there that or you get you some beet juice and stuff like that. You gotta rebuild up your little man. If you destroyed him. So, hey man, just giving y'all some game. Giving y'all some good game. All right. What was I about to say? In that recording though, it sounded like Trayvon Martin. It did sound like a kid screaming and stuff like that. So that's probably after he got shot. He probably crawled to someone's doorway and you know, uh try to get help, you know. You know. Yeah, the honey
But
pack is
Rachel wasn't in
crazy.
his contacts. She didn't know him. And she admitted on the stand he wasn't her boyfriend. She didn't resemble any of the girls that Trayvon had dated previously. Let's just use basic logic. Trayvon was 5'11, he was athletic, popular, and not just popular, he had swag. He was tall, handsome, confident. You think this kid didn't have options?
Yeah, there we
So the
go.
fact that they
Shout outs to
tried to
LT man. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, stamina. There you go. It's the stamina for men. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Absolutely, LT man. Yes. If something wrong with your Johnson, you know, let me see if I can find it. I got my list. I got my notebook right here. My Wi-Fi was down. Technically the day before yesterday now, because it's nighttime here now. Yeah, it's better than Viagra. Y'all want to naturally. Here we go. Yeah, better than Viagra and Cialis. Y'all. Let me see if I can find the product. I think I have it here. Y'all want to naturally, rejuvenate your little man. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can find it. We got the deodorant here. We got the pain stick. That's another thing too. If you don't want to rub the balm on, you get the pain stick and rub that on. Hold on. Man, I would have to head over there and get it. I'm gonna try to import some more stuff. Hold on. But look, we got the capsules right here. These are the male enhancement capsules. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a 3-day weekend coming up, hey, listen. Hey. You got a 3-day weekend coming up? Shit. You know? Also, too, if you guys want to catch up, if you want to catch up on your sleep, let me know. You know? If you want to catch up on your sleep and you want a natural remedy that'll make you feel fine and refreshed in the morning, hey, holla at me. I got you. You know, you know where to go. You know where to go. All right, and the link is in the description. That's always pinned at the top of the chat. Head over to hempforfitness.com. You said, "Oh, the YNs you said, "Oh, now the YNs are attractive." This woman don't know what the hell she talking about. But the YNs are destroying themselves with them honey packs and stuff like that too. Speaking of YNs, they're destroying themselves with them honey packs and all kinds of stuff. So it's bad when you're a young man and you gotta take sexual supplements and stuff like that. Stop beating your Johnson. You know what I'm saying?
Tell us this
Let's get it.
heavyset girl who couldn't read, couldn't write, and couldn't even keep her story straight to tell us that this was his girlfriend. Absolutely unbelievable. This isn't about body shaming. This is about insulting the public's intelligence. Rachel didn't carry herself like someone Trayvon would be emotionally connected to. She didn't even look like the kind of girl he would date.
Right, UFO. And if you did, and then you said that's a lot of jerking off for some of you 3 days. No, you just don't want to build a dependency on enhancement. On enhancement drugs and stuff like that. Whereas if you go the hemp for fitness route, it's not a drug. You understand what I'm saying? It's natural. It's natural enhancements. The body knows how to communicate with it better than the chemicals that they have in like Cialis and in Viagra and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But beating off on a 3-day bender, that's diabolical. Pause. Don't beat off for 3 days
Period.
straight.
She wasn't believable. She wasn't credible. And she didn't even know what happened. But the state put her on the stand anyway. And if that's not bad enough, Diamond Eugene, she's real. She exists. She's actually Rachel's half sister. Rachel even confirmed her mom's last name is Eugene. So, no, this isn't some conspiracy theory. Diamond Eugene is a real person, the real girlfriend, and she's alive and well. And how do we know that? Because Joel.
Right, that's what I'm saying, LT, man. It's all natural ingredients. You know what I'm saying? And where the body gets off with like other drugs like Viagra and Cialis and stuff like that, y'all, is that the body doesn't know how to naturally deal with those chemicals that they put in those supplements. You know what I'm saying? So definitely head over to hempforfitness.com and you know what I'm saying, and get natural supplements that the body knows how to deal with, that's good and is nourishing, you know.
Joel Gilbert, the
Let's get
documentary's filmmaker, actually found her. He tracked her down, he filmed her, he got her handwriting, and he showed us what the state
I got you.
refused to show us. The truth. This girl actually exists, and Trayvon's own photos and phone records prove it. So the fact that they would play in our face like this and put Rachel in the courtroom like she was the one on the phone, all while his mother, Sabrina, watches, is absolutely disgusting. And if you think these people didn't know what they were doing, you're absolutely crazy. Because here's the kicker. Trayvon's mom.
So it's like years later, the Trayvon case, you know, the Trayvon case is botched. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm gonna say this because it's sad. Black people don't care, you know, and then especially around this time, y'all, quote unquote, with the Trayvon Martin case, black people don't care. They don't give a shit. Sadly enough, this is a sad revelation, but I gotta say it. It's a sad revelation, but I gotta say it. It's a sad revelation, but I gotta say it. What's going on, Black Servant? You said, bruh, marathon is crazy. Dudes trying to die of dehydration. Oh my God. Fighter said, Kuda, when I was 14, 3 times a day was a slow day. Oh my God, bro. Don't beat your meat into oblivion, man. This is why dudes it be curving. This is why dudes be, be having certain, problems and stuff. You know? Don't beat your meat into oblivion now. You did get cold blooded. But no, getting back to this Trayvon Martin thing though, you know, when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and any type of any type of ambulance chaser you can find, when they knock on your door, black people just know for a fact you're gonna get a check. Black people just know for a fact you're gonna get a check. In a lot of cases, it's for the check. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases, it's for the check. That's what people do it for. It's for the check. And whether a neighbor or your own family at some point say it, they're gonna be like, yo, well, this person was gonna get unsubscribed by another black man anyway. Yo, at the rate this person was going, he didn't give a damn about life. You know, at this rate, it's better that the family gets a check and hopefully they're young enough to try again and create another kid. But I don't see that happening. You know, the black families, they've been used to, and look, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton will make sure you get a check. The check really is the hush money, is to go away. Now, that ambulance chasing model has changed over the years. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, bro! Can somebody get UFO kamikaze, because this is funny. He said first Trayvon Martin is George Floyd's son, and then he said Trayvon Martin is Roland Martin's son, Rolly. Oh my God! But no, I mean it's sad. Our kids get done in for a check. But the model has changed, and Black Lives Matter has changed the model, because now they know how to multiply that money that would usually go to the family, y'all. It gets spread out. It's spread around now. It gets spread out. So the young boy being a check. you know um what's a black man's body drop? Everybody getting paid. It's not just Al Sharpton, it's not just the family and surrounding groups and stuff like that. Those sisters have found the way to really profit off of black blood, black male blood specifically, because I don't see Black Lives Matter coming to women's rescue. You had some women, some sisters, good, bad, right, or wrong, in the last couple of years that passed away, and those sisters never said nothing about them. So a lot of the sisters with the Black Lives Matter crowd, they're not interested in black women's cases. They chase after. It's more lucrative for them to chase after a black man's dead body than a black women's dead body. If y'all haven't noticed, that shit
Sabrina
is
Bolton
crazy.
held on to a written letter that was supposedly written by.
Oh, and recently, what was it? The girl that walked into the freezer from Chicago, Breonna Taylor, or the girl, or Kanika Jenkins? I forgot which one it was. I might have to ask Miss V. I don't know, but I think one of the girls that was in that video, like yesterday or the day before yesterday, recently, 24 hours or at least 42 hours ago, 40, 48 hours ago, um, she fell off a boat, and I think two black women jumped in the water to save her, but they couldn't get her back on the boat, and I think she passed away. So recently, the sister that was around that other mysterious death had recently passed away from falling off of a boat. And y'all need to go check out that article, because it got into some real goofball shit, bro. How they wrote the article was like, oh, there was a bunch of black men on the boat and none of them did anything to save her. So basically, the black men that was standing around on the boat doing whatever, none of them did anything to save her. You know, none of them did anything to save her. You know what I'm saying? So that's the narrative that they're running with. Somehow, some woman that jumped into some water or fell into some water, uh, died because black men weren't willing to save her. That's the narrative that they're running with. So that's fucked up. And black women have to sit back there and watch that, how they weaponize y'all death to turn it into a talking point to get at black men. Like who really for the black community? Like that's why I said this shit is a joke. And oh boy, they're really trying to stop me. Y'all, please hit the like button. They're really trying to. They're really trying to stop me from getting out this game. And I'm up here spitting, man. Up here spitting so bad, the signal going in and out, y'all. But like I said, they weaponize, Black Death. They weaponize Black Death like crazy. You know what I'm saying? And they try to blame it on the black men. Um, and if you're quote unquote for the quote unquote um community and stuff like that, you should be you should be super fed up with it. I shouldn't be the only one voicing my opinion how I'm fed up with this stupid shit or them weaponizing stuff. Yeah. Um, and that other lady too, Link, the lady that got hit with the boiling water, they didn't march or do anything for her. Um, the other lady, that crazy lady that ran out that door with that knife, and she sliced up that Asian cop. You know what I'm saying? And he gave her a couple of chances. He had to put her ass down like a rabid dog. Like I don't know what was wrong with that woman. Have y'all seen what was wrong with her? Did they do a toxicology report or something like that? She was in her house listening to Lotto, and when that door swung open, she was going ham, ham city. She was going ham city. You know what I'm saying? She was going ham city with that blade. She was getting real surgical in that hallway. And I felt bad because she sliced that cop open, and I'm like, dang, bro. As a cop, as somebody that's sworn to protect the community, you definitely don't want to run into a situation like that. And then obviously, it's in his best interest to have that shit go away. Because even though black people, that's the thing about black people will see that one of us was clearly in the wrong, but it's just to argue that to get a check and stuff like that. It's like it's really about the check hungry. You know, Poor Master said, I had no idea most black folks couldn't swim. Yeah, it was a real thing. And this go back to black history. If you ever been to the circus and you ever seen that game where they where you have to throw the baseball and hit the target and then the person dives into the water, that used to be a black baby up there, a black male baby that they would put in there. And when you hit the target, that black male baby would plunge into the water. You know, they used to do all kinds of circus games with black children and black babies and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Which is some fucked up shit. They used to throw black kids, you know, black infants in the pit with the gators. You know, you know. But yeah, the lady with the boiling water, and it was another lady. Some shit happened. Yeah, I thought they were on the girls' trip too. Shit, the brothers are like, man, why is she in the water? Is she okay? Like, and let me tell you how selfish a lot of women are. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Let me tell you some real shit. How selfish a lot of women are. No woman wants their boyfriend or husband dying to save another woman. Yeah, that's noble. I'm gonna just keep it 100. Women are territorial like that. It's noble. Yeah, he's a hero. But no woman want they man to perish because of some other woman. That's how selfish women are. Like, men are supposed to, at the drop of a hat, even on the first date. Let's say you go out on a first date with somebody. You're supposed to, just as y'all are up here on the internet arguing with bitches to cook you a fucking sandwich at 2 a.m. in the morning, or or cook or clean the house that she helped dirty up, or to take it easy on you. You're still a work in progress. You're not making enough money to support them at the moment in shit that they can't even afford themselves. You have to ask for leniency. Women don't want their man, the man that they love, the man that they married, the man that their own personal man. They don't want their man dying over some other woman. Let's say there's a house on fire and you and your girlfriend see the house on fire. She don't I'm telling you the truth. She don't want you running in that house to go save that bitch. And then you know what's fucked up? You can run in the house and go save. Shout outs to Devin D. Y'all hit the cash app. Right, Link? You can save that woman and be the neighborhood hero. Let's say your face got burnt up. Man, your woman will leave you like a motherfucker. She'll leave you. She will leave you. I know this for a Fendi fact. If your face got burnt up running into the house to save some other woman and shit, man, she'll leave your ass. Quick. Now, when I was in my teens and 20s, for years I suspected women thought like this. For years I suspected women thought like this. Until I heard them say it out their own damn mouth. I'm like, there we go. There it is there. There we go. They want you to be a hero, but they're not ready. They're not ready. They're not ready to deal with what comes behind it. And shout outs to the women that did spring into action and try to save that sister. I mean, even if a man was there, probably still wouldn't have made a difference. Number one, why she don't got a life jacket on? And number two, let's just keep it 100. A lot of y'all ladies start feeling yourself, that wine done hit your spine, and you try to stand on something and start twerking and not realizing that it's slippery. And then yo goofy ass slip into the fucking water trying to twerk on standing on some shit you had no business standing on, and now you twerking in the water. You might have to twerk a little bit to try to swim or stay afloat. Black people, black people, black people, man. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Let's keep the show going. It's Player Talk.
Trayvon's girlfriend for months and didn't hand it over to the police until almost a year later. And when they asked her why, she said, and I quote, "for sentimental reasons."
What's going on, Degenerate?
I tell you this letter had nothing sentimental in it. I mean it. It was totally just, this is what happened. Like, it was evidence. It is disgusting. This letter supposedly described Trayvon's final moments and she just held on to it. Yeah, okay. But what made it worse is when they put Rachel on the stand, she couldn't even read the damn letter. Let's take a listen to her saying that herself. Take a listen.
Are you able to read that copy well enough that you can tell us if it's in fact the same letter?
No.
Are you unable to read that at all?
I don't understand. Curses. I don't read curses.
The letter details
Most Gen Z can't read cursive, let alone write cursive.
everything Diamond said she heard, yet Sabrina kept the evidence secret for a year, tucked away in her Bible until just before the trial.
Had you disclosed this to the state before yesterday?
No,
Did you discuss this with your attorney, the existence of this letter?
I did not.
Did you consider this letter?
Oh, she not Gen Z. My bad. Oops, my bad. I just heard the voice. I didn't even really get to look at her. I thought it was the fat girl that was on the stand. You said women will sacrifice their family for a man, let alone let all type of shit happen to the family and keep a man. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie though. We gotta make up our mind because so to a certain degree, what do we want women to do? If a stepfather comes into play, people will try to run the lion needs to get rid of all of its cubs. Then that lion ain't shit if it got rid of all of its cubs. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, what happens to a female lioness when she don't want to get rid of her cubs? The male will get rid of the cubs. You dig what I'm saying? The male will step in and get rid of the cubs. So, I mean, I don't know, but we're not lions. You see, we're not lions. We are socialized human beings. So, where's the morality in certain situations? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. Truth Only said, what do we want women to do? Suck dick, of course. What's going on, man? Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. So yeah, I'm not sure why this woman brought this up, but hey, I guess in the spirit of Juneteenth, I guess we got to revisit certain things.
That is significant?
I consider that letter to be personal and sentimental.
She admitted she didn't write it. She admitted her friend wrote it, and she told her what to say. Now pause. This letter should have been thrown out immediately.
They botched. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. They botched the hell out of this Zimmerman case. You know what I'm saying? They botched the hell out of this Zimmerman case.
The fact that the mother held it, the fact that she admitted to not writing it. Yeah, this is absolutely absurd.
And I think they about to botch the hell out of this Austin Metcalf case.
That they actually even let this go through the court. This letter didn't just magically show up. It came through Trayvon's mom from her drawer and with no police oversight. But you want me to believe that this whole case was above board? Yeah, no. Benjamin Crump even went as far as to say that the reason why the girl wouldn't testify is because that she was underage and that she didn't want to testify. And I'm going to show you a clip of him saying exactly that. Take a listen.
Her testimony that's shown on these phone logs, she completely blows Zimmerman's absurd self-defense claim out of the water. Mr. Martin, on Sunday evening, he had called the young lady.
And and black people, y'all got to be careful with these words that y'all tend to adapt, like YNs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Dudes feel privileged to be called YNs and shit. Well, guess what? That word gonna come back to haunt you and stuff like that because that shit encompasses an ideology of behavior and shiesty masks and all kinds of shit. You know? So it went from the hoodies to the shiesty masks. You know? Yeah, and it goes back to what War Master said. I mean, a lot of people would disagree with War Master, but he was like, they never had a case. They never had a case against Zimmerman. That's how botched it was. And it really wasn't about justice, to tell you the truth. It was really about a check being cut. This shit was sickening. You know? So this is how George Zimmerman becomes honorary. He has an honorary weapon that can get sold for hundreds of thousands at a gun show. This shit was botched. It's sad, but it was botched. You know? And like I said, I think that Carmelo Anthony's that case is gonna turn into that also. It's gonna be a goofy YN case that they're gonna try to turn it into. You know these YNs, they're all over the place and blah blah blah. Then you're gonna weaponize the coons in the community because the coons are like, man, I hate these YNs. You know? Well, Master said black folks look for a racist under every bed.
Right. And then the man, and then he said he lost the man.
They were dating.
And then the man called, and then Trayvon said the man still was following him.
You call it puppy love or whatever you want to call it.
You said, yeah, I watched the documentary. That chick who made the video most likely watched back in 2022.
And Trayvon asked for Trayvon to run. And Trayvon said, they ain't gonna run like that.
She is a minor child.
He's gonna walk back. Back.
Her parents does not in any way want to reveal her identity. She is a minor.
The father shut off. And I called him again and he had not answered the phone.
But see, that's the thing, Devin D. It's supposed to radicalize you. It radicalized a lot of people. You know, it radicalized a lot of people. It put a lot of people on alert. You know what I'm saying? You know? And I mean, and it shows. It shows. You know what I'm saying? It shows where people are. It shows where people are because the thing is that when you gotta go after another, you know, another race's youth, something is wrong with you. When you gotta go after the youth of another race, something is wrong with you, you know. But that's what it's supposed to do. It you know, that's what triggered a lot of people. And then when you start seeing the pictures, you said I was a militant nigga for like 2 months. Yeah, when you start seeing the pictures and it's like, oh damn, that kid big as hell. You said Crump looked like Tarana Burke. That's crazy as hell. Tarana Burke, KRS2. This shit crazy. Hold on, we gonna get into it though. Let's get it.
We have all the evidence now.
Interesting. Then why was there a 19-year-old
What's going on, party?
Old girl at court? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. And by the way, when the police tried to figure out who Trayvon was on the phone with, the family wouldn't hand over the phone data. They made investigators wait for a subpoena. So not only did the family get to the witness before law enforcement, they also blocked police from doing their job because this was never about justice. It was about optics, performance, and public manipulation. If you still think
now she throwing his family in there. Witness tampering, huh?
This wasn't a setup. Take a listen to this police interview of Rachel Jean Tell herself.
Devin D.
admitting that she knew nothing about what happened and she felt guilty. Take a listen.
At the end of the interview, she actually tries to tell the prosecutor she's lying, but he doesn't get it.
I got guilt.
You got guilt? Why do you feel guilt?
Real guilty.
Huh?
Real guilty.
Why do you feel real guilty?
I ain't know about it.
Huh?
I ain't know about it.
Rachel did not know about it because she was not Diamond.
They built a whole case off this girl. A girl who couldn't read the letter, didn't write the letter, wasn't his girlfriend, didn't match his call logs, wasn't even in his phone photos at all. And not to mention, she told them she felt guilty verbatim. It is disgusting. They gave her a mic, they gave her a platform, and the public just ate this up. This was not a trial. This was a script with a cast, with a fake story, and a built-in villain. And the deception ran so deep that George Zimmerman actually filed a $100 million lawsuit against the Trayvon Martin family.
How is George Zimmerman though $2.5 million in debt? He probably was paying for security, or had to move, or had to pay to really move around the way he wanted to. How is he in debt? How is he in debt like that?
Family for witness fraud and defamation. Right after this document,
Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. On the way in is Player Talk Radio, 3 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Questions.
documentary dropped in 2019. Now, yes, that documentary got dismissed, but don't get it twisted. The amount of people who had to be complicit for this hoax to hold is disgusting. The emotional manipulation of the public is disgusting. And the way they buried the truth to protect a political narrative.
You said a talking hippo. That's hard to do. You said Crump would defend Darth Vader because his outfit is black. That's, oh my God, UFO.
It's absolutely disgusting. Trayvon Martin did not.
Oh, you said the lawyers. Okay. Dang, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the lawyers. Yeah, that trial was expensive. Yeah.
Deserve to die, but the truth didn't deserve to be buried either. Now, at this point, you might ask, well, Carmen, how did they get away with it? How did the media take a complex situation with two flawed people and turn it into a clean-cut tale of good versus evil? Simple. They edited reality and they repeated it until you believed it. And while people were crying in the streets, marching with signs, tearing up cities over a narrative they barely understood, Edward Snowden was out here revealing that the U.S. government was spying on you. Your text messages, your calls, your location, all of it collected without your consent. But nobody reacted because the public was too emotionally hijacked.
Yeah, that's kind of what she's getting at, Party. That the Trayvon case is kidnap. You know, is Caparuni. You know, all right.
A story they never bothered to verify. That's the power of media. That's the danger of repetition. And that's how propaganda works. Not with facts, but with villains. Don't believe me? Take a listen to the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi explain this strategy herself. Take a listen.
We call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics,
this stupid.
The wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident.
Interesting. So you repeat the lie over and over again, and then it becomes the truth. That's how they turned a local tragedy into a national religion, not to honor Trayvon, but to ignite something else. And that something else was BLM. BLM started as a hashtag, then it turned into a movement, then it turned into a brand.
No. That's not how BLM started. BLM started from the model of Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. BLM started once people realized how lucrative ambulance chasing can be.
And then it turned into a multi-million-dollar racket. Trayvon Martin was the spark, and George Floyd was the fire, and Black America was the fuel. Because once Trayvon's case exploded, the facts didn't matter anymore. It didn't matter that George Zimmerman was Hispanic. It didn't matter that the DOJ under Obama found zero evidence of racism. It didn't matter that the 911 call was edited. It didn't matter that the witnesses did not match. All that mattered was the script. This was racism. This was a modern day lynching. And if you don't agree, you're the problem. That wasn't the truth. That was emotional programming. BLM didn't rise on truth. BLM rose on trauma and targeted emotional marketing. Let's be real. The Trayvon Martin case trained Black America to see everything through a racial lens. Feel like it's racist? Then it is. You feel like he was guilty? Then he was. Feel like the system failed? Burn it down. That is not justice. That is mental colonization. And who benefited? Not the neighborhoods being destroyed, and definitely not the communities being manipulated. The people who benefited were the ones who wanted power, and Obama knew it. Let's take a listen to his infamous statement that sealed the lie with presidential authority. Take a listen.
But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
Oh,
and
oh my God.
I think they are right to expect that.
I'm getting black fatigue looking back on this shit. What'd you say, War Master? I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment.
All of us, as Americans, are going to take this with the seriousness it deserves, and that we're going to get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
This would have never been Obama's son. Obama's son would have been guarded by Secret Service, probably somewhere on his way to Harvard or Yale or something. He would not be suspended for drugs. He would not be wandering through neighborhoods. He would not be caught in street fights and gun techs. But Obama...
Have you seen Obama's daughters? They were getting into cigarettes and all kinds of stuff. Cigarette.
Knew the public wouldn't ask questions because he made them feel something. And that's how propaganda works. And then came BLM, the final transformation. Let's take a listen to Patrisse Cullors, co-founder of BLM, saying it out loud that they are trained Marxists. Take a listen.
I think that the criticism is helpful.
Not Magic Johnson's son.
I also think that it might.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's a waste of a big nigga right there, man. Anyway.
I think of a lot of things. The first thing I think is that we actually do have an ideological frame.
Yeah, the fatigue shit is crazy because like everywhere you turn around and look up, somebody's always trying to weaponize some type of niggatry, and it's like, bro, we get it, bro. We get it, bro. Like it's like people gotta keep reminding you and telling you about their slave history, and then they like then their rendition of it is it changes every year. Like it's butchered, you know. 1 minute people are FBAs. 1 minute they're Moors. 1 minute they're from the mainland. 1 minute F Africans. And F Caribbean people and F Canadian people and F European people, and it's like y'all niggas like, how do you trend your lineage? One minute they're native Indians. It's like they're just now finding this out, but want to tell the world. It's like, bruh. Listen, and it's sad because it's like just do your history, bro. I got niggas being a completely different race come 2030. You know? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Almost 4 hours into the madness. You say he could be selling Hondas? You said it's one of the Obama's daughter kind of ratchet now. I'm kind of lost in the sauce when it comes to the family. Yeah, they kind of been popping out a little bit more. You know? They on some Willow Smith shit.
All right, we going.
What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the
Where the wood?
Where the money reside.
Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money
Okay, I
reside?
told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's
Oh, God.
Man had a little lamb. Okay.
Oh my God! Not to the Yin Yang twins. They could be selling Hondas, you're right? Oh Lord, you said either the niggas are really are or straight tethers. I don't know, man. That shit is confusing. You said black fatigue, white fatigue, and tether fatigue in general. This is tiresome. Absolutely. Link says, "Am I wrong for liking this?" Laugh my ass off. Look, Link, he got a Hellcat waiting for you, man. Honda Obama. Honda Obama. The Obama of Honda. Honda Perry. You said niggas trying to make a trend out of country western now. It's a way of life, not a trend, morons. Hey bro, I'm telling y'all, man, y'all are gonna start getting more disgusted when all of this shit start making its way in the hands of Gen Z. And it already has, if y'all haven't noticed it. Gen Z is culture washing all the taboo stuff and diluting it into to stupid shit. You know? These niggas arguing with y'all about a legacy they haven't done their history on.
Myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists.
Shout outs to Toya. Look, I'm not even gonna lie. I got one of those laughs. Even before, like, I don't know, my laugh changes over the years sometimes, but I got one of those laughs that, like, what was said probably wasn't funny. In a lot of cases, this happens to me all the time, especially in person. Like, what was said was probably wasn't funny, but when I laugh, it's just funny. You know, it's like an infectious laugh thing. I love people like that. Like, if they laugh, it's just funny because they're laughing. That shit is funny as hell. You know, I laugh a lot, so my dimples are permanent, y'all. You know, make it your mission today to laugh. You said multiculturalism is still on the rise, and niggas are talking about tethers and culture vultures. Man, listen, that's what I was saying. Like with that whole Mexican thing, I'm seeing black people just basically copy Tariq Nasheed. Hey, don't insert yourself into this, and it's like, black people wasn't inserting themselves into it. You know, that's between the the Mexican people and ICE and all that other stuff, right? Even though you do have some black people that help, right? But what you're seeing is black people inserting themselves into it to say, hey, I'm not going to insert myself into it, but I'm going to insert myself into it to let you know that I'm not going to insert myself into it. And then on top of that, I'm going to sit up there and try to give you some BS. Let me tell y'all something for the most part. If niggas took their ass to Mexico, them Mexicans will educate you on your history. That's the ignorant part. Those Mexicans will educate you on your history. You know, like dudes are running back to their channels talking about some we've been here and we're Native Americans and blah blah. But the Mexicans are Native Americans too. Who you think they were taking out during the Louisiana Purchase and all that other stuff? Who you think was there? Like a lot of the niggas be talking about their ancestors. You do know a lot of your ancestral relics and stuff like that's in South America and in Florida and all them places. I'm done with niggas, bro. I'm done with niggas. I'm done with niggas, man. Done with niggas, man. Mm-mm-mm.
We are super versed on sort of ideological theories.
The fact that she was able to admit that on camera and nobody cared tells you exactly what kind of spell we're under. It proves how little we actually research. We don't vet, we don't question, we just see black on the label and assume it's for us. We've turned our entire identity into a subscription service for other people's agenda. And to be clear, that's not.
You said black people put Gen Z on game on how to erase history. It's not even that they're erasing history, party. I'm gonna have to do something about this. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit more in depth, which I already have. Watch people try to copy me word for word, right, y'all? What Gen Z don't have to erase a damn thing. All they got to do is what they've been doing. Turn very serious topics into content. That's all they got to do. Just turn it into content. Yeah, I was talking about the Mexican OT situation, which is funny as hell. Because if you ask people in Texas, it's like, what's the problem? But this is the thing, though. I mean, you know, human beings, for the most part, we've been fucking up with what we call entertainment and what we're entertained by. You know what I'm saying? Some people can be entertained by harming other people, which is why earlier I was like, yeah, certain people don't need no nukes. You know what I'm saying? Because they're entertained by violence. Violence entertains a couple of people and stuff like that. They're entertained by a lot of different things. And the crazy part about the shit, right, is that we're entertained by shock content. Before somebody clicks on the video, um, it's shit. It's even in YouTube culture. Is good practice that you shock somebody. Hey, let me shock you with something or ask a goofy ass question and stuff like that before, you know what I'm saying, before I can get you to click on this video. Well, you know what shocks people? Racism. You know what shocks people? Being belligerent. A lot of things shock people. People get off on shock content. So I'm telling you, in the future, be very careful. You're gonna see what people are gonna be turning into content, and it's gonna be taboo because it's gonna be stuff that we used to look at like, damn, this is a very serious matter. Your kid ever been doing something and you're like trying to tell them, or you ever seen a adult try to tell a kid, hey, don't do that. This is a very serious matter, and the kid is sitting there laughing. Is because the kid hasn't grown up long enough to realize how serious the matter is. That's really what it is. And when you don't pass nothing down or you don't hold on to traditions and stuff like that, guess what? Things that used to save your life in the past, things that you used to know, all of that shit got to be relearned now. All of that shit got to be relearned now. And good luck on relearning all of that shit, because guess what? It wasn't taught. A lot of times you're trying to relearn it for some modern shit when it was for some past shit. And you're not going to understand the significance of relearning it. And guess what? You're going to destroy yourself. You know, it's either going to get lost or you're going to destroy yourself. You know, and it gets lost. You know, that's the crazy part. It gets lost. You know, so now you got to relearn it and try to hold on to it and pass it down. You know, and I'll go deeper on this. You know what I'm saying later on. You know, talking about other stuff, but you know that's the same thing that happens with war. You know, when we wipe out civilizations of people, certain things that those civilizations knew, you know, that could help or cure or certain things with generations of people, guess what? That should get lost during war. You know? You said that's the weird part. They did all of this down with the patriarchy, book burning, statue tearing down, just to do the same shit. Exactly. Exactly. When you don't know what the fuck you doing and you don't know your history, you gonna have to relearn all of that shit. Then these people will have the unmitigated gall to be like, well, why didn't somebody teach us this? When people was teaching you it, you was doing stupid shit. And that gets praised. Ignorance gets praised. You know? Most people aren't dumb. Most people are just digging themselves out of that ignorant hole that they put themselves in. And then try to look like heroes from the hole that they put themselves in. Oh man, you smart because you overcame some stupid shit that you subjected yourself to. That nobody told you to do. You know, most of these people had warning signs. Hey, don't do this. Don't turn left. Most of these people had guidance. They just never listened to it or respected it.
Empowerment. That is mental enslavement. They weaponize Black death, they monetize Black trauma, and they use Trayvon Martin as the emotional entry point to hijack an entire generation's mind. All for clicks, all for cash, all for control. The truth about Trayvon Martin was never just buried, it was monetized. His name didn't just lead to justice, it led to book deals, Netflix documentaries, celebrity speeches, and political campaigns, all powered by emotion and not truth. His mother became a
Well, that's the thing. With Black Lives Matter, black women became the beneficiary. They became the person overseeing Black death. You know, we were just talking about that on the other show. You know, and they were talking about how when the child dies, the father just got to sit there. They only console the mother while the father just got to sit there like he ain't hurt neither. You know? And that's some real shit. Like the father ain't a human being.
public figure overnight. But
What I'm saying is that they're comfortable handing it over to the women and the mothers.
she do with the platform? Did she call for discipline? Did she call for emotional development? Did she say, let's raise better sons? Did she say, let's change our...
And I don't know what it is, but it's something about black blood that fuels a lot of stuff, you know? It's something about black blood that fuels a lot of stuff. And if you wanna take it to another level, y'all, if you wanna drop some type of esoteric meaning behind what I'm telling you, you know, you should know what I'm talking about. Um, Let me do this because I do need to test this out. I was gonna say, if you want to drop some type of esoteric meaning behind it, y'all should know what I'm talking about. And like I said, I want to test this out. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. I definitely want to test this out. Do y'all want to because I gotta find the rights to this movie. I could find it on my phone, and maybe I could probably do that while we do this. Um, would you guys like to do a movie day? If you guys can hit the like button and support the show, would you guys like to do a movie day? We can go over to Rumble right now because we're on Rumble, but I will have to shut down the YouTube. We can go over to Rumble and watch Uncle Tom's Cabin. And I can break down so many things in that movie to you guys. But that's up to you guys, you know. If you guys want to do that, definitely, you know what I'm saying? Definitely please support that. We could watch Uncle Tom's Cabin, and I'll definitely skip studying tonight to kick it with you guys. You said they're gonna do what they do now to get valuable skills and don't build a town. You said black babies and black men are the firewood. Absolutely. You said culture is passed down from the father to the children. Remove the dad, and you get a bunch of Trayvon Martins. Absolutely too. And that's why I said it goes back to the mother. Bacchus is the god of wine. I know that because I'm a sommelier. Let me stop. The beneficiary of Black Lives Matter was the Democratic Party. That too, yeah. Shout out to Toya. You said movie day. You said how do movie days work? Um, Give me like an hour. I could go and come back. This will be my study time. But you said you never seen that movie before. Y'all wanna head over to Rumble? We could watch it on Rumble, and I will fire up Twitch. I would do Rumble and Kick. I want to get kicked off of Twitch. We could go over that. Y'all got to see that movie. One of the best movies, and it's for free on YouTube. And every time you watch that movie, something different happens. But y'all let me know. I'll run and go get some water real quick. And then I will fire it up and be able to sit down with you guys and we can watch that movie. You know, if y'all please hit the like button and support the show. I'll definitely definitely do that because I'm trying to save up to get an Xbox also, and I'm trying to this will kind of cut into my study time, y'all. You know, so definitely. But I would definitely like to take the night off and I mean obviously I'm not taking the night off. I'm working still, but I would definitely love to kick it with you guys and break down that movie. You know what I'm saying? Break down that movie with you guys because every time y'all watch that movie, and like honestly, you have to have a different set of eyes going into it and watching that movie. Every time y'all watch that movie, you know what I'm saying, is something different, you know? And I know we can watch that movie on Rumble without being effed with. You know what I'm saying? That movie is a crazy ass movie. You know what's going on, Ed? All right. Yeah, I'll definitely well actually I'll yeah, we could do movie day. I'll do movie day with you guys. I'll do movie day. All right, let's finish this off real quick. And I want y'all to remember, shout outs to Ed. No, I'm not talking about sinners. I'm talking about Uncle Tom's Cabin. I'm gonna finish this off real quick, and y'all please hit the like button and support the show. And We got one more thing to get into, and then I'll come back and we'll do movie day. Granted that if that's what you guys want. Okay, let's get into it.
Our culture.
I'm saying I
She
want
said
y'all to
nothing.
remember what we're talking about here because it's gonna link to all of the stuff that we're talking about today on movie day. Okay, um, but I want y'all to understand, right? It's something about black labor that people get off to. And I don't know what it is. Yeah, come kick it with us on movie day, Ed. Make sure y'all follow me on Rumble. Let me put the link in the chat so you guys can follow me on Rumble. Hold on. Let me actually copy and paste this live stream so you guys can go to my Rumble channel and follow that link to follow me on Rumble. Shout outs to War Master. All of the uncut stuff is gonna be over on Rumble. I'm trying to find She Hates Me from Spike Lee, and I'm trying to find Diary of a Tired Black Man because um man, we got a lot of stuff to cover. Um so much work, so little time, y'all. What was I about to say? Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's get back into this real quick. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show, follow me on Rumble. Let's get it.
Nothing of substance because accountability doesn't sell. Victimhood does. Trayvon Martin's parents had a national stage to tell Black America the truth. That our boys need structure, that our community needs order, that our culture needs healing. But they didn't say that because it was never about healing. It was about branding. And the movement that followed, that wasn't grassroots activism, that was emotional engineering built to control, not liberate.
Shout outs to Link. There we go. Yes. You said you got the link to both of them? What do you mean? The hell yeah. If you could help me out. Cause I can only find Diary of a Tired Black Man on my phone. So I was gonna do I was like, man, I gotta find another link or I'm gonna do another I would have to do a goofy ass stream where I got the movie playing on my phone and I have it hooked up to a camera source via HDMI and then just play it then. I'm like, damn, that's gonna be super complicated when I could just find the link. Shout outs to Link over on Rumble. All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Let's do movie night. Movie day today, honestly. It's night for me, but it's day for you guys. Yeah, if you could put it in the chat. If you could put it in the chat over on Rumble, I'll check it out and see if it'll actually work because I think UFO sent me one of them, but it didn't work for my desktop, you know. Yeah, look. Well, Master came out and say no to crapple. See, yeah, it didn't work on my desktop. I was gonna say because it's probably an Apple, but All right, let's go.
Let's be very clear here. Trayvon Martin did not die because of racism. He died because of the lifestyle he led. He came from a broken home. And when you come from homes that are broken, these are the patterns. You get the fights, you get the school suspensions, you get the weed, the guns, and the chaos. This is why children from single mother households are statistically more likely to become criminals, more likely to end up less educated, and more likely to get in trouble. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. We are creating environments that destroy our sons and then blaming the police when the damages catch up to them. Here's another truth the media will never tell you.
There's a good amount of truth to that. You know, a broken clock, y'all, is right twice a day. You know, so is a bed wrench. All right.
More black people kill white people every year.
All right. Now she tripping. Now she tripping. See, I knew it was coming. Now she tripping. Now she tripping.
The other way around. So no, we are not being hunted. And if we were, there would be no confusion. There would be no debate. There wouldn't be any Netflix specials. We would just know. So when they scream about white supremacy, ask yourself, who benefits from that lie? Because it's not us. It's a script. It is a distraction. And it's a way to keep you emotionally loyal and intellectually blind. Now, if you want to talk about the elite, that is different. But your everyday white person is not your enemy. And to be honest, we need to stop pretending like we don't know this. We don't need more hashtags. We need more fathers.
Shout outs to Link. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can use that off air. Hold on, y'all. Okay, here's She Hates Me. I gotta get Aunt T, y'all. I gotta get Aunt T to come through also because Aunt T on Rumble also. I gotta go find him because he suggested that movie. All right, hold on, y'all.
We don't need more marches. We need more accountability. Because if we want better, we've got to do better. And we've got to stop letting others.
War Master said it's the truth, Kuda. Wait, so y'all are saying that black men kill more white men daily?
Do the thinking for us. We were being used, abused, and manipulated. And we're acting like it's liberation. Before I go, I want to get a couple things clear. I think the behavior from Trayvon's
She's spitting.
parents and everyone involved in this whole hoax is absolutely disgusting. And I think these are the people that
she's a spitting cobra. She's spitting
that need to be held accountable. We cannot keep letting these people lead our communities and lie right to our face while taking zero accountability. The truth is, these parents were not raised.
DM said sheesh. Link said nah.
A good kid. I'm sorry that happened. I don't think Trayvon deserved to die, but I do know this is what happened when you don't pay attention to your children. This is the results of single parent households. This is the result of broken homes. The sooner we can realize and identify that, the sooner we will be able to move forward. Shout out to Joel Gilbert and his groundbreaking documentary, The Trayvon Hoax. Everything I laid out in this episode was possible because of the work that he did. It was bold, it was brave, and well documented. And if you want the receipts, watch The Trayvon Hoax. Support the real research. You will not regret it. This is my Juneteenth gift to you. Not just to Black people, but to all Americans. This is not just a message.
Turning that shit into white supremacy day.
This is a mental emancipation. You are not a slave. You are not a victim. You are not being hunted. Dang. But if you want to keep acting like you are, I'm sure people will treat you like you are. I'm Carmen JC, and I appreciate every single one of you guys for watching, listening.
Sadly, back in the day, women like her would have been hunted because she's in a sundown town. But hey.
Having the courage to deal with reality. Happy Juneteenth. I love you guys, and I will see you guys next time.
It's like let me slap you Negroes on Juneteenth. Bye-bye. Yes, the periodical sister that comes around to remind us that white supremacy is not real and respect her and her white boyfriend. Yes, the black community is moving. It's moving. Let me do one more topic before we get up out of here and get ready for movie night. Alpha Male Strategies went over 1 second. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show, and do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
Myself, but so I'm just gonna use the clip he got. It's the dumper. That's dump with a D. All right, so let's get into it, guys. Let's go right on into it. See what Corey Holcomb talking about right here.
Said yes, there used to be an article 10 times black folks set white people on fire. Oh shit.
And if you don't know that's a bitch, you are basically autistic. See, let me tell you something.
First thing, off the thing with Corey Holcomb, man, he does a podcast with some women.
He doesn't do a podcast with women.
He calls women bitches a lot.
That's Darlene. He doesn't do a podcast with women. Jesus Christ. The 5150 show. Never mind.
So y'all guys can only imagine how awkward that is for the women, because he
doesn't do a podcast with women. That shit crazy, man. Y'all gotta start telling the truth, man. God damn.
Very condescending towards women on his podcast, and so some of the older women, they have to just sit there and kind of like take it, because he's the boss or whatever.
That's Darlene. She been with them for a long time. She done heard every single Corey Holcomb joke on the planet. She not tripping. She be laughing too.
At least I think he the boss. Maybe they all own it together, but I think he's the boss. So that'd be kind of like me doing a podcast with a white man, and he just sitting up there throwing N-word out the N-word, and then I have to just sit up here and just think about my rent. Like, oh shit, I got to pay that rent in 2 weeks. Like, I ain't gonna, so it's like, I know some of the women be like, man, would you shut the hell up? But he the boss, so they just sit there and eat it. I always found that pretty funny.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Bitch act crazy with me. Carmen used to be on the road with me. I used to fuck Carmen. That bitch told me she was my woman. She'd be with me, do anything for me, all that shit. The whole time, I'm like, bitch, who is you talking to? Bitch, you ain't my bitch. You a bitch who getting fucked because we on the road kicking it. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You'll be telling the next nigga this. If you don't know that about a bitch, then you autistic. You autistic. When a bitch is talking to you, you are supposed to look at that bitch and try to give her warning that you know she ain't shit. Right. When bitches talk to me, I'll be like, and then they be like, why you looking like?
All right, right off the bat, guys. So one of the things with Corey Holcomb,
yeah, she was on Ice-T's cover.
Any man of financial means, we would talk about leading with your wallet or leading with your status and stuff like that. If you're going to meet women as Corey Holcomb, I mean,
see, this is why the space is goofy, because 1 year the Manosphere is training up a whole bunch of dudes to be simps and tricks. Nobody's consistent, and the people that's been consistent have been suppressed. Please hit the like button and support the show. The people that has been consistent have been suppressed. 1 year they're telling, hey man, get on the plane and go trick off all these women. It ain't tricking if you got it. 1 minute they're just training up a whole bunch of tricks. And then now, they swear up and down they hated players. But sitting here trying to become players and replicate results from players and naturals and all kinds of guys. These are the people that's been talking to you. And no, I'm not letting them off the hook because they were adults when they were kicking this goofy shit to y'all. They made it seem like, oh, a guy that's talking about game or being a player or actually having women, something wrong with him. Nothing wrong with them, something wrong with him. When in reality, these are the same people that told y'all to go on a blade and take your money and give it to women for sex. These are the same people that told y'all to go date and date prostitutes. The same people. Now all of a sudden and I hate to say, but Kevin Samuels also. Kevin Samuels told y'all to go buy prostitutes. Mm, mm, mm. What's going on, Party? Party said, "Is B Simone the canary in the coal mine?" I mean, listen, I saw the B Simone thing. I feel bad for B Simone. I actually like B Simone. Despite what she was saying and stuff, but I don't. I think it's goofy. I don't think she's broke. And honestly, I don't count a woman's pockets. Also, you know, I don't count a woman's pockets. I done seen like a bunch of videos where you got a lot of men laughing and they're actually happy that B Simone is broke because they was like, oh, look what she said about 9 to 5 guys, and look what she said about this, and look what she said about that. And I'm like, okay. I mean, yeah, it's distasteful, it's some goofy shit, but I feel bad for B Simone. Her friend was there. She was like, "Oh, I was struggling with my baby and blah blah blah," and people thought that I had all this support. You know, from you because I have a celebrity friend and stuff like that. And it's like, as a guy, I'm not pocket watch. I don't. First of all, I don't even pocket watch. But if she broke, honestly, I took her saying shopping at H&M as a from as a joke. But like, those people are rich. That she got money tucked away. Like she said, she like her assets are like tucked away in like businesses and stuff like that. But I'm not, and she got celebrity friends too. But that was the thing too, with her friend recently coming out saying that B Simone didn't help her and stuff like that. It's like, bro, even to a certain degree, you're not your friend's responsibility. And then plus, both of those two, they're friends. B Simone probably told her to do something and she didn't want to listen. So she like, hey, well, hey, you know. But I see a lot of guys, y'all, right? Shout outs to Party. Good questions. I see a lot of guys, talking about B Simone. I don't care about no woman's pockets. I'm not competing with them, you know. I'm not competing with them. I don't compete with women, you know. You know. You said she's badly built anyway. You said hide the money, y'all. Look, man, that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Yeah, man. But yeah, B Simone, you said I'm saying the game goofy sector money is drying up. Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. You said she badly built anyway. Oh man, y'all leave her alone. You said she lacked self awareness and tried to lie about it. I mean, yeah, she's a goofy comedian, you know? She does have a nice voice. She's one of those girls that is gorgeous. She is pretty. But if you know her, or like when she opens her mouth and say certain things and she gets annoying and stuff like that, she's like one of those girls that's like, oh, you're one of them. You know, you're one of them. Okay. You know, she's one of those ladies, unfortunately. You know, like she'll say something, it'll just be an instant turn off. It'll be like, oh, damn. Yeah, I think I wish she would have stuck to making us laugh. Absolutely. That's kind of what I'm saying. Thank you. That's kind of where I'm getting at.
Like in that presence, you know, in that situation, as in who you are with your status or your money and stuff like that, you can expect that from women. So, like I've told you guys before, I am flashy, and I don't give a fuck because I tell you guys I use women hypergamy against them. I don't get into all that, but I tell you guys, if you're looking for true love and all this other shit, then you can't lead with your wallet, right? You can't be flashy. You can't, you know, lead with your car. You can't meet women in your Ferrari, then get mad when they only love you for your Ferrari, okay? You can't meet women as Corey Holcomb and then get mad.
Yeah, I didn't know she had a whole church revelation. That was interesting when I saw that. I didn't know she had a whole church spiel revelation. And then also, too, I heard Brittany Renner back in these streets. Renner.
When they only care about you for Corey Holcomb or what you can provide or do for them, okay? If you want to meet
I remember that.
Women authentically and for the right reasons, then you can't lead with that. Now, Corey Holcomb is a celebrity, but he's not like a A-list Denzel Washington, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, like world-renowned celebrity, right? He can.
And y'all been sleeping on Corey Holcomb for the longest time. Corey Holcomb is a legend. Corey Holcomb is a legend. He just stay out the way, do his shows, and stick to comedy. Corey Holcomb is a legend.
Go places and women won't know who he is. I would venture to say that most
That's
women.
Good. He's like the Currency of comedians. You know how like Currency, it's like niche, like you gotta know him. But Currency can walk around. He don't gotta worry about people taking pictures and all kinds of stuff. And your Currency can move around freely. Yeah, I think Corey and Zoe Williams fell out a little bit, but they might be cool. I don't see Zoe Williams doing podcasting anymore though.
More women probably know his name than probably know what he looks like. All right, just like for instance, Shannon Tatum. Right now, I could go to a restaurant and Shannon Tatum could be in there. I know the name, but unless somebody said, "Hey, there goes Shannon Tatum," I wouldn't know who the fuck he was. So there's a lot of celebrities that you know their name, but you don't know what the hell they look like, or let's call it what it is. You don't know what the hell they look like. You kind of like you see him in movies, but
Yeah, he was on Wild 'N Out. He's on a bunch of movies. I think what happened, if I'm not mistaken, Zoe Williams got into it with Ari Spears. And he got into it with Ari Spears, and I think they kind of fell out behind that,
you just don't really remember what they like. And maybe Shannon Tatum is a bad example for you, but if I was in a restaurant, I wouldn't even know who the hell he was. I know the name though. So Corey Holcomb, if he wants some true women, he has to meet women without using Corey Holcomb. Every woman is not going to know who he is. And if you're a guy and you're meeting women with your Lambo and your Ferrari, then don't be shocked when they only care about you for your Lambo and Ferrari. Okay, that's the way it works, guys. It's kind of go back to when Kevin Samuels was talking about telling the women, okay, y'all want all these high-value men. By high-value men, exercise options. What did I call it? What did I tell y'all guys? There's no such thing as a lawyer alpha. So If you're a woman and you want to deal with these type of guys and you want to deal with these successful,
See, this is goofy. There is a such thing as a loyal alpha. I ain't gonna lie, and some of y'all gotta stop letting these quote unquote red pill dudes give y'all a fucked up name. There's absolutely a such thing as a loyal alpha. Not all alpha men or men that's like building something or get women and stuff like that. Not all men are gonna cheat, bro. Y'all gotta stop with that bullshit. Some niggas are terrified of cheating. Some niggas have been side niggas. And they're disgusted by that. So y'all gotta stop with this, oh man, man, if you are alpha man, you gonna cheat. Because you just gonna be getting a bunch of women. That don't mean shit. Man, a lot of women don't mean shit to a lot of niggas. That's just another fucking headache. Y'all gotta stop with that fake. Oh man, the alpha man, he's supposed to cheat. Man, he gonna cheat. He a dominant gorilla. Like, man, shut up. And then that's another thing too. These dudes that respectfully, not AMS, but these dudes that culturally appropriate what we've built. Not all alpha dudes look the same. Y'all be thinking all that, man, the alpha dude, man, he the Andrew Tate type, he gonna cheat, man, because he built like Andrew Tate. Man, these dudes be selling y'all a fantasy too, bro. Like this shit is soap opera for men sometimes, man.
for guys and these high value men and all this other stuff, men with options, don't be surprised when he's not faithful to you. And if you're a Corey Holcomb or you're a guy who, likes to be flashy or let women know that you have a certain financial status, don't be surprised when that's the only thing they care about.
Like that. I'm like, are you serious? Girl, look at your life. Your life is full of tragical endings with men. Why in the fuck do you think I think I'm special than the next motherfucker when it comes to you being what you supposed to be to a man? When you with a man, goddammit, and you give him your pussy, you are supposed to be like, you know what? It ain't about me no more. This man is who I chose to give my pussy to. I'm gonna show this man I am a good woman to choose and cuff.
You said same time, I don't like how they have to approach that. I don't like how they have the approach that all guys are looking at the same 6 girls. Right.
The bitches don't never show you they're a good woman to choose and cuff. Them bitches don't do nothing but show you attitude and think that the niggas they had behind your back you don't know about. I don't have to look and see if you fucking another nigga. Your attitude with me is all I need to know. Shut the fuck up talking to me, bitch. I know you ain't shit. Every once in a while you meet a woman that's worth something, but it's not.
Even the women he meet that he thinks is worthwhile, that's worth something, if he's meeting them as Corey Holcomb, if you're a guy and you think...
That's why I stopped talking to people that use the scale of 1 to 10. The scale of 1 to 10 is not real. I've been saying this for years. Like, fours hang out with 6s to make them look like 7.5s. I mean, 6s to make them look like 6.5, 7s. You said right. They never approach it from. They never approach it from. What if you're a 5, and accepted you attract 5s? What does that life look like? Laugh my ass off. That's the thing, though. Party. The thing is that the reason why these people fall short when they start using a scale of 1 to 10 is because how people look at numbers. You know what I'm saying? People look at numbers and pairs and stuff. And it's like, bro, tens don't date tens like that. You know, you'll easily see a 10 walking around with a 5. Easily, you know? And then like I said too on Bro's podcast the other night, I was like, "Listen, bro, the scale of 1 to 10 is trash because you think it's some player shit and it's really not. You know, when guys be trying to use it for like dating scenarios and stuff like that. Like for example, right? You think that a lot of guys, especially if they claim to be red pill, it's like, okay, I'm not trying to put women on a pedestal. But if you're using a scale of 1 to 10, you're putting her on a pedestal because even in your mind, you adjust the way you talk to her by what number you think she is. And honestly, it's goofy because that number is subjective. Honestly, to tell you the truth, so that you're not bogging yourself down, are you going to hit or not? You know, are you attracted or not? That's the only thing that matters, not the damn number. Because truthfully so, you can get a 10 by treating her like a 6. You know what I'm saying? You can get a 10 by treating her like a 6. You can get a 9 by treating her like a 5 or like a 7. You know what I'm saying? And this goes back into the quote unquote appraisal system. You know? And then honestly, it defeats the purpose because guess what? If you treat a 9 like a 9 or how you think a 9 is supposed to be treated, then now you're putting pussy back on the pedestal. And in the worst way too. You know? Pedestal. A pedal stool. A pedal style. No, but that's really what it is, you know? So it really boils down to are you attracted or are you not attracted? That's really what it is. You know, long story short. Shout outs to Toya. Yeah, I be butchering. I done butchered me some words. But no, I mean, it really boils down to are you attracted to this person or are you not? And like I said, you know, looks are subjective, you know? And then a lot of women will be able to call y'all bluff because if you put, I mean, and even if you find her really attractive, um, you kind of have to put her in position for her to believe it, at least that is coming from you. Because the thing is that, you may misnumber her in her mind. You know, she may think that she's a plain Jane and you like, oh my God, you're the best thing since sliced bread. So, dudes get on that type of shit, you know? So it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. And Corey Holcomb, he's being a little bit harsh here, but how can you ever be red pilled and look at a comedian that's really black pilled, that's dark, and say that, hey, they're being harsh? Corey Holcomb's not really being harsh, to tell you the truth. You know? A lot of people don't know shit about comedians and it turns my gears. It grinds my gears really badly. Because comedians are truth tellers. They're truth tellers. They just got to put it in a format that's going to make you laugh. Because in reality, most people would like to laugh instead of cry. And the crazy part about it is, you know, if you ever, told any jokes, how a lot of these jokes are set up is, the punchline. If you laugh at the punchline, you know what I'm saying? That's usually the truth. The truth is usually installed in the punchline, you know? So a lot of these comedians, they giving y'all the game. They're giving y'all the game, you know? Yeah, we're all human at the end of the day. Blue Marvel says, One should vet women in order to avoid worshiping and putting them on a pedestal. Yes, even for the sake of that woman's projection onto you, because when you project onto somebody, yeah, you kind of put them in I wouldn't say you put yourself in a subservient position, but you put you know you kind of deify them. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily deify them, but if you project long enough onto somebody, they can do no wrong in your eyes, you know? And even for the woman's sake, you have to give her room. People can say you ain't shit, you ain't shit, you ain't shit. They could tell her he ain't shit, he ain't shit, he ain't shit. But if that woman sees something in you and you've been congruent with what she sees in you and stuff like that, and she ain't tripping, it don't matter what nobody say to her. She not gonna see that side of you, unless it's clearly evident. Sometimes it can be clear as day. And if she likes you enough, she'll lie to herself. You ain't gotta lie to a motherfucker. I hate to say that, and men too. It's not just women. If somebody likes you enough, you ain't gotta lie to them. They're gonna lie to themselves. You know? Some people, it ain't even about that. It's about giving them the opportunity to be able to project that onto you. Give them the opportunity to be able to feel a certain type of way about you that they came up with. Not somebody else's narrative, not somebody else's opinion. All right. Oh my God, War Master. War Master said, "I don't listen to Kuda until he gets an Xbox." I'm trying to save up for one. We're gonna do movie night tonight, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all support the show. That's gonna we're gonna everything from today's show. Movie day today is night for me, day for y'all. Everything from today's show is gonna go towards the Xbox fund. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. All right. Everything on movie night is gonna go towards the Xbox fund. Okay. Hold on. All right. Let's go.
Think you've met a good woman,
Oh, hold on.
but yet you met her in your Ferrari.
Hold on, let me catch up on these comments. Shout outs to Devin D as always. Yes, thank you guys for hitting the like button. Please support the show, and thank everybody for supporting the show. Okay, we're gonna do movie day today. We're gonna be watching Uncle Tom. We're gonna be watching Hold on, let me make sure let me pull it up. So hold on. I just need to go get some water so I can kick it with you guys. This is our last segment. Oh man, the video quality is horrible. All right, you said from a scale of 1 to 10, will exist until Kuda turns his Xbox on. Oh my God, I'm getting roasted in the chat by War Master. ARC was a stand up comedian while living in Chicago. Never really heard about that. I think he did mention that, if I'm not mistaken. AMS is funny. He's like a comedian to me. I think he should have did comedy also. I think AMS is hilarious. And then we also got She Hates Me. If I can get that to play also, perfect. And then we'll figure out Diary of a Tired Black Man. Filipino movies the best. They can't wait to get out. They can't wait to get butt naked no matter what's happening. That's funny as hell. I haven't watched any Panay movies. Any Filipino movies.
Ferrari or your Rolls Royce, I'm telling you right now, it's probably just an act. If you want to meet good women, you can't lead with your wallet. You can't lead with your status or none of that. All right. You gotta be just a normal guy. I ain't saying you gotta be homeless under the bridge, acting like you ain't got nowhere to live to meet her. But I'm just saying you can't be over the top, wearing your Patek or your Rolex or your high cost car and all this other type. You can't lead with that type of stuff. Because if you do this, she just gonna, act. It's kind of like a man when he meets a very attractive woman and he's trying to get laid. Of course, he's gonna say all the right things. Because he's acting right to get what he wants.
I mean, with those high priced watches, you can wear some nice watches. You really got to look out for other dudes mainly than looking out for women, I mean, yeah, you got some Renaissance women that like a guy with a nice watch, you know, but those watches in a lot of cases are plain Jane. Those watches, they kind of blend in. Women don't know to a certain degree, unless you bust it down or something like that, women don't know what the hell a AP is. And if she does, 9 times out of 10, her dad taught her right, or she was hanging around some rappers. They don't know what an Audemars Piguet is. Or she's a scammer. But see, you niggas, it's not the women, it's your taste too. Because you niggas go after the summer walkers, or the girls that got tattoos on their face or their knuckles and shit like that. Not saying that one that don't got that won't do you in, but I'm saying y'all go after that. And y'all occupation and the life that you live don't match the type of women that y'all are chasing. Y'all will chase a bitch right out of Magic City and then get on the internet and get mad because she's not wifey material. But you met her in Magic City. So that shit makes no sense. It makes no sense. Y'all chase after the so-called Keishas because that's what you want. You want Pookie's woman. Y'all literally will tell tales of how you became successful and you just willing to throw it all away. You don't hear these dudes talking about dating the cool girl in college or the late bloomer from high school that they kept in contact with. Nah, these dudes be wanting the worst of the worst women. They want the worst of the worst women. And then the thing is that a lot of these dudes, to a certain degree, you know what I'm saying? Just like a lot of the women that they go after, they believe that they're a finished product. When any woman that you deal with that gives a damn about you, she just gonna want to see you do better. Just cause. You know? Just cause. She gonna want to see you achieving. So
if you're a woman and you want to meet that guy, then you have to meet that guy not half naked. Well, actually, that don't work for a guy like me. I actually got like X-ray.
See what I'm saying? The same nigga that will complain about you not having clothes on would rather see you with them off. Some dudes can't look in the mirror and say, hey man, a butt naked woman can't attract me, because it's a lie. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, they be Harry Potter going for Summer Walker. And it's not like Summer Walker's out of their league. It's like, bro, it's not a match. Why are you doing that? And then it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Party about the scale of 1 to 10. Okay, well, if you're using a scale of 1 to 10, and you believe in pairs, well, Summer ain't no pair with you. You pairing with Summer Walker, bro? Okay.
Great vision, guys, like Superman. I actually can know what a girl is. She can have on a sweatsuit, and I'm telling you, I could tell. So that don't work on me. But for the average guy, all you got to do is just like have some clothes on. No, I ain't saying you got to be dressed like a nun, but just don't be ass out, titties out, half naked. And then that way you can meet a man who don't want you for just one thing. You can't meet a man in a goddamn see-through dress or a bikini and be surprised when that's all he wants. So that's the biggest issue I have with Corey Holcomb on this. He's right, but the issue is he's not accepting. It seems like he's having a hard time dealing with accepting female nature for what it is. If you go that route, and listen, guys, I tell y'all guys, I use female nature against them, so I don't care, right? I know what time it is, and basically he's saying he knows what time it is, but if you could kind of see, kind of gets upset when women are trying to portray that it ain't what it is. I don't get upset like that because I know what it is. I met you with a Rolex on. What the hell I expect? You guys get what I'm saying? So I don't let it bother me. I don't get angry. I know it's all an act or charade. See, I don't care.
This is the thing, and this is why a lot of pickup artists and dating coaches had a lot of high-paying clients back in the days. Y'all, see, and even Kevin Samuels, where he stole it from, it contradicts itself because the thing is this, right? Quote unquote, being high value, right? Value is demonstrated. That's the part that people forget to steal when they start stealing content and stuff like that, respectfully. Value is demonstrated. You understand what I'm saying? And the problem is that you had a lot of rich people that's like, look, I got the car, I got the money, I got this, I got that. Like, why aren't the women flocking to me? It's because they didn't know how to demonstrate high value. And in a lot of cases, too, wealthy people demonstrate, they DLV, they demonstrate low value. You know what I'm saying? They shoot themselves in the foot with their own wealth and stuff like that. I don't know why y'all niggas run around here day in and day out, stealing our content and know not what you speak of. Because first of all, niggas will get on here and tell you all day how women practice hypergamy. Okay, well, if that's the truth, if women are running around here practicing hypergamy, well, how comes you don't think they've ever dealt with a man with money before? And you're sitting up there like a damn Vulcan cannon trying to muster up all this courage and energy to deal with her. And you don't think that she's dealt with a high value guy before? You think that when this is how naive dudes are. You think that when you get money, you're the first person with money she's ever dealt with. You think that when you glow up and become somewhat handsome, you're the first person that requires her to pay your ransom. You understand what I'm saying? You think that for some reason, I don't know why these guys will tell you in one breath that women are out here living their lives, but in another breath, it's supposed to stop when she meets you. Like you're supposed to be this life stopping, good looking, rich man that just comes out. You don't even know what you're talking about or what you doing. Then you give women way too much credit on their dating successes in their dating pool, and then at the same time you've managed to undercredit them instead of humble yourself and be like, man, I don't give a damn if she dealt with a nigga that got a Ferrari, a pool, and all kinds of stuff. She's sitting right here in my passenger seat. What the fuck I look like competing with an imaginary version of a nigga that's in her head or that she's dealt with when she with me? What do I look like? The dude could have a Ferrari and all kinds of shit. She probably never got that far with that nigga. And then first of all, you trying to probe into that to adjust how you gonna act around her, bruh. Do you see how dumb this shit gets? Oh man, he probably let her drive the Benz, so I need to go get a Benz and let her. Man, she'll be happy enough driving a Hyundai. You sitting up there and trusting that woman with a Mercedes. So what I'm saying is, y'all be doing way too much. When it comes to women, y'all be doing way too much. Super analytical. I saw another whole math video. I'm like, man, let me turn it. Man, I'm like, man, let me turn that shit off, or one day turn that shit into content. How much Googles and how much doodles and drawings and shit are you gonna make of women before you actually go apply that shit? I be seeing some of you dudes, man. You know, some of y'all be talking to women and shit like that, and be telling them, "Oh man, I talk about red pill stuff on the internet and blah blah blah, and I'm a dating guy and blah 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 and all this other shit." And I'm like, bro, why are you like? I know this is newfound territory to you, but why are you telling women that? Why are you telling women that? You think when I was doing pickup, I walked up to women and be like, "Hey man, I'm a pickup artist." And first of all, even when I was a pickup artist, I didn't even refer to myself as a pickup artist. That wasn't cool. I was just running routines, going sergeant. That's another thing. These dudes can't even keep what they're doing secret, as if women, as if you know women don't know. Corey Holcomb here, right? He was talking about the girl that he was on tour with, and he was like, "Yo, she's just here getting smashed and blah blah blah." See how that's like a harsh connotation? It makes him seem like he's a bad guy, and people would look at him like he's a bad guy. When in reality, if you turn it back around, that woman could be like, "You know what? I'm just on tour with this guy. I'm gonna sleep with him a couple of times, but once this tour is over, I'm getting rid of her. I'm getting rid of him, right?" And see, her version will sound a little bit more softer, but it's the same exact thing. Or if you hang around women long enough to hear their locker room talk, they would say it just as vile as a nigga, if not more vile. But I digress. What I'm saying to y'all is, people think that value is a thing, which it can be. But the number one thing that value is demonstrated. Value is demonstrated. You can have all of those trinkets, because that's all they are. They're just trinkets. And you can't and you don't know how to demonstrate high value. Then y'all underestimate women at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because first of all, what if you run into a rich woman? A rich woman know why she asking you for a fucking Birkin bag. Cause she collects them. It's not her first Birkin bag. A rich woman know what year that Rolls Royce came out. Oh, this is a '06 Phantom. My father drives a 2025 Ghost. You need to upgrade. You got rich women that'll do that. Some of these women, when you pull up to where they live and shit like that, and you drop her off in her driveway, there's a big ass Cullinan sitting right there in her driveway. Cullinan. So I don't know where y'all niggas be getting off trying to tell women what type of guys they dealing with, and you don't even have a realistic scope and stuff like that. You're not the first high value person that they've dealt with. You're not the first handsome person that they dealt with. You're not the first tall person that they dealt with. You're not the first. And if you're not the first, you're probably not the last. So that's why a lot of people in this space gave Kevin a pass, because he's like, oh, we'll just get some money and just go trick it off. Kevin was telling y'all to trick also, respectfully. And it's like, how are you a guy that has all of these fine attributes and things that you've accumulated over the years, even if it took you to, even if you didn't have it in your 20s and 30s and stuff like that, it took you to acquire that in your 50s. And it never dawns on you that women will love to be around you, that you've picked up the gift of gab. She would love to hear what you have to say, that you've actually learned how to make them laugh. She would love to hear your jokes, that you've developed a dope personality. She would love to hang out and party with you, that you know your music. She would love to go for a ride with you. How do you downplay yourself like that? How? And just reduce yourself to a paying customer. You might as well just be on the blade. So, just the same way a lot of women get into certain type of relationships and, let's just keep it 100, and straight up extort their husbands or whoever they with and cover up prostitution with the relationship to feel better about themselves. Some of y'all sit back, get all these attributes to yourself, and that's a cover up for you just being a straight up John. And some people will sit back and be like, you know what? I'm just trying to date and deal with somebody and have a good time. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's funny how something as simple as dating can get turned into all of this. Because niggas don't know what the fuck they doing or talking about. Went from being a cool guy that took a lot of time out of his life to work on himself, that any woman would love to have for real, and just did all of that and reduced yourself into a John. You're no different than any street walking filth out there. You went from elite to in the street for the dirty meat. That's crazy. And then you wonder why women are looking at you sideways. Go look at some of these documentaries. Go on a Soft White Underbelly, like I said for years, and I've shared it so many times. And go look at these hoes that be like, yo, I would have gave him a chance either way. I don't know why he coming at me with his money out. I was just hanging out, and like a lot of you dudes don't even believe that you're a vacation from the fuckery that's going on in her life. Whether it's self-inflicted, whether she put herself through it or not. And that's why I said sometimes too, you gotta be a square player. You could purport yourself as the guy that's a vacation away from her thinking that she's living the life. Because a lot of these women ain't even real. They're square prostitutes. They're just goofy women that got duped into some shit. These women ain't no bona fide hoes. They look up the sexy red. Who's real? And they need a nigga to put through some shit. To validate that image. That's why I said that, a lot of women gonna be realer than the actual artist, because guess what? Sexy Red, even though she does it, but she really can't do it because she won't be marketable. She can't come outside butt naked. But your girl gonna try it. And my thing is that, damn, if you're such an incredible guy, why would you go after that? And women that have options and that are around, see, women just want women expect you to understand that about yourself, get and go. They don't really want to be the muse for you to learn that unless you in somewhat of a boyfriend girlfriend relationship, and then even then that's another story. So the value that you already have, they want you to already know that. Y'all be wondering why they won't let you lead them, because you talk down about yourself. You don't have that confidence in yourself. Why she got to shit test me? Because if you can't stand up to her, though it is a shitty way of judgment, but if you can't stand up to her, how the hell are you gonna protect her? Women have every right to shit test a man. You better off judging her on how she goes about it. Women have every right to shit test a man. It's a defense mechanism. She can't go for every single guy that she sees, even if she likes them. And back in the day, like I said, before all of this stuff got taken out of context and misconstrued, people used to know their place in the pecking order. Now you got trolls and geeks repeating shit they heard me and other people in these streets say and came up with, as if they subject matter experts. Nigga can't get a girl to save his life, but he telling you about hypergamy. How that work? Can't get a woman to save your life, but you're a hypergamous expert and you got all these drawings and doodles and stuff like that. Then you on the internet under a troll account and you mad, you know what I'm saying? You mad that people don't want to listen to you. Why would they listen to you? You're under a troll account. I'm supposed to listen to Goku all night lecture me about what hypergamy is. Okay. But I'm tripping. Okay. Okay. I got you. Got you. Okay, I need to get back on TikTok. I actually tried to go live today on TikTok and it worked. It actually worked. So if y'all are on TikTok and y'all don't have 1,000 something subs and y'all want to go live and stuff like that, hit me up. I know how to do it. But you have to have it's better for you to have a YouTube or some type of social media presence. You dig? Shout outs to Toya. Okay, I'll definitely have to go on TikTok and check it out. I see you've been active on TikTok too. I'm like, shit, that's what's up. Yeah, TikTok and YouTube are the main two to focus on. You dig? Party said they be having tranny energy. Y'all be having regular conversation. Then the weirdo comes into the group and be like, "My name is Mike." Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That shit is crazy, man. They're sitting up there. They're happy to learn something, and I get that. But why are you telling women that? It's like these guys that be like, "Oh man, I'm glad I can sit here and talk to you, man. I used to have anxiety, but since I start reading them Tariq Nasheed books, my anxiety is gone because he's teaching me how to get women." And it's like, bro, why are you telling her this? I don't give a damn how good you feel about yourself. Why are you telling her this? That's the end of all, man. The niggas that want to volunteer information, that's not relevant. If you're gonna volunteer information, have it be relevant, like transitioning into something. You know what I'm saying? Because women refer to how men tell them things in third person, damn near in fourth person and stuff like that. Like if you tell her to go pick something up, in her head it's like, oh, he's telling me to go pick something up. Or if you ask her to do something, she's like, he's letting me know that he wants me to do something. You know what I'm saying? Stop telling them stuff because it don't sound right by the time your message or what you're trying to convey to them reaches them. Oh, damn, he had to read a book about picking up women to get to me or listen to me. Now, everything you said before that, all that work you put in negated now. You niggas shoot yourself in the foot. And then y'all come back and then lie and then say it's the dating coach's fault. That's why I don't trust people that come back and start blaming the dating coach. Because honestly, the dating coach is the more noble person in that situation. Because at the end of the day, all that person can reduce themselves to being is a dirty Mac. You know? And I don't respect that. That's not respectable. And then they try to be experts and stuff like that and still using that man's material and shit like that after they told y'all he don't know what the hell he talking about. And they become dirty Macs. Oh, he don't know how to get women. Let me tell you how to get women, says the guy that couldn't get women. Shut your dirty Macking ass up. You a anti dating coach. Niggas will sit up there right in front of your face and become the same thing that they vowed not to be. But want to lecture you about integrity all damn day. That shit is goofy. You said I'm a firefighter. We see, motherfucker. TikTok stinks like cats. Oh my god. Not cats. Cats are self-cleaning. Let's go. Let's finish this off, y'all. So we can
Plain
get
and
to
simple.
movie
I'll
next.
accept female nature for what it is. The way it typically goes, guys, is the more attractive women, most of the time, the most attractive women. You know, it done changed a little bit now because women done got delusional. So all of them tens now. But
No, what happened was, and I got to do a show about this. I know somebody's going to steal my content. Nobody delivers it like I do. What happened was that scale of 1 to 10 stuff that we were talking about earlier. So many men and women and social media having likes and dislikes and all that other stuff have bastardized that scale, the scale of 1 to 10. And so much so that back in the day, in men and women, and the women of yesteryear, they fed into pretty privilege. And the thing about pretty privilege is that it came from a male's perspective. And they didn't like that. You know, they didn't like that. They didn't like that to a certain degree. Men can look at women and tell them what's pretty and what's not pretty. And it was rooted in misogyny to them, you know? And then when you go look at the modeling industry, mind you, which was ran by women also, they negated them. Because guess what? Another group of women that was under a 10 was going to take over anyway. The most selfish women on the planet are average women. The most confused women on the planet are average women. The most women on the planet that gets the most play, do I got to say it, are average women. Average women have been winning. This is why the manosphere, this is what I'm trying to tell you, women are red pill. This is why the manosphere exists. Because guys are dumb. Women have successfully turned the guy's appraisal system onto them. Now you got guys misappraising themselves and don't even factor in their values. You got guys that they're just looking at their looks. I'm a 7. Nigga have a whole Corvette in his parking lot and got house and money and shit like that. Talking about somebody, I'm a 5. Cause guys are dumb. And they're not gonna pick up on what I'm talking about. It gotta be explained. Average women get way more men than all the women. And they get the best men. Beauty is not the best thing that a woman can have. Just as money and looks and status is not the best thing a man can have. Beauty, to a certain degree, actually chases off men. A lot of men are intimidated by beauty. Not your job. A lot of men won't approach you because of beauty. Not your job. So beauty ain't the biggest thing. Beauty can actually destroy your damn hypergamy. Tell you the truth, or whatever the hell you think it is. And then that's another thing too. When women got rid of the appraisal system, it was only a little sweet spot. And that shit is gone. There was only a little sweet spot where women could see women were better off without the internet. Women were way better off without the internet because guess what? And they still can do this now. I gave y'all the keys to do it, but I'm not going to say it here. I can tell you exactly how you can do this, ladies. But you're going to have to give up something. It's going to be a trade, but you're going to have to be focused to do what I'm finna say. And I bet you within less than 3 months, you'll find you a husband. Guaranteed. But I'll talk about that later. What's going on, Rainwater? Women that were divas, like I'll talk about the divas from back in the day. Like I wouldn't necessarily say, well, I guess you could. Tyra Banks ain't a good representative, but like the divas, like right before the internet really popped off, they actually controlled their hypergamy. You know, they could control who they were talking to, how they were going to talk to this person, when they were going to talk to this person, how they were going to deal with this person. They actually, to a certain degree, had more dominion over their quote unquote hypergamy. You know, before that, a woman's family and other different things, you know, other little factors and stuff like that. But women don't really control their hypergamy. Now, the internet controls her hypergamy because she can't slow it down. See, women are trying to date like men, and that's where they fuck up because you can't date like a man. A woman has to navigate her dating pool way more delicately than a man can ever have. You know, they got to play the game a little bit different. A woman can never navigate her dating pool like a man and win. It's impossible because the numbers are off. It doesn't balance. And she should know this. But a lot of women don't care. So what they do is that they forfeit their life in for attention. But now, if they knew anything in a lot of cases, it should free them a lot more because guess what? Everybody gets attention now. And that's what the feminists, that's what they wanted. They wanted to equalize women altogether because the thing is that they thought that a woman's beauty was rooted in a man's appraisal system. You know, with the modeling industry back then, if you modeled, you couldn't have no tattoos. You had to be anorexic. You had to be all of this stuff. And they lied and said that it was regular men that was pushing it when it wasn't. It was gay guys that was pushing it, and it was other women that were pushing it. And it were people at the top, designers and stuff like that. You couldn't wear no chrome hearts and wear all of that shit being 200, 300 something pounds. They'd shut you out. And women had to make beauty all inclusive. So now you have the 200, 300 pound plus models in the clothes that's custom made for them. Now you understand what I'm saying? It taps into another market of money. Now you have it. And a woman's look will sell the clothes, the garment, the outfit. That's what it's for. So you had a lot of women being fake with each other, destroying each other. Yeah, Tyra Banks was cool, but man, you know how much lives Tyra Banks destroyed? Shut them out? Who would be influential people today? Man, come on.
But by and large, the women that you want to sleep with, the women that Corey Holcomb is going to want to sleep with, he probably going to have to use, I'm Corey Holcomb. Right? You can't have it both ways. Right?
And let me get back to that real quick. The reason you said, it was cooked when dudes started rating themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the thing is that like guys rating themselves, right? A man only wants a woman that he perceives one number above whatever he rates himself as. So if he thinks he's a 5, he'll be okay with a 6 woman, in his mind, because he don't know how it works. But this is the thing, though, what I want to say. The reason why average women get more men, and they're confused. Because one day, or when she's walking around, she's a 6 or a 7. Or maybe a 5, right? But when she puts on makeup, she gets a different reaction. When she puts on sweatpants and walks to the 7-Eleven, she gets a different reaction. So the reason why those women do well and they're not so well, or they're the most confused, is because they don't know where they are on the spectrum. Or they psych themselves out. So average women are confused because they psych themselves out with the spectrum. They get different responses from different guys. And then also too, average women get more play because a lot of them are considered easy. Hate to say it.
The women you want to sleep with, the hot women, you probably are going to have to have a certain level of money for them to want to deal with you. But then don't be surprised when that's what it's about.
No, if you ain't got nothing going on, you got to have a certain level of money to maintain them, to keep them coming around and stuff like that. You got to have a certain level of money to maintain them. Not necessarily for them to deal with you. Because women will suck they simps dry and get all of that shit out the way and then come deal with you.
Okay, that's just the way it works, guys. So you can't have it both ways. That's all.
Rich women hang out with broke dudes all the time.
All I'm saying, you can't have it both ways.
It's not about the money or none of that stuff. I don't know why you niggas don't get it. It's not about the money or any of those things. It's how you make them feel. You know what women do sometimes? They will see a guy and just his face his demeanor, and just him, his smell, all kinds of stuff will light them up, because women and their brains, and just brains, and men, we do this too. If y'all want to use logic, what your brain does to to understand something is it compartmentalizes that thing. So what a lot of women's brains do, and men the same way, is we attach emotions to things that we like. You know, we attach emotions to things that we like. So woman's that person, with the women that they deal with and stuff like that, the women attaches that emotion to that person. So her world lights up when she sees him, because that's the emotion that's attached to him. Memories, all kinds of stuff, past projections, all of that stuff comes back to memory and stuff like that. It's like a feeling. It's like you ever, and I hate to make a comparison to dogs and shit, but you ever go home and when you get in the door, your dog sees you and he's like super excited to see you and he's like jumping all over you and stuff like that, because the sight of you and your existence and stuff like that to that pet, it means something to that pet. That pet has feelings associated with you. And when they see you, they act on those feelings. You know? So let's go.
Common. Most of the bitches you fucking, you are
Shout outs to Toya. Toya said, whenever I wear makeup, W. Toya says, whenever I wear makeup, ladies compliment me and men be like, you don't need it. Yeah, it could be a tricky thing, you know, and both can be true at the same time. You know, absolutely, both can be true at the same time. And makeup is tricky. It depends on how it's done, who did it. You know, what color tones did they use? Does that complement your skin, and or does it enhance your look? You know? And a lot of people will be like, "Well, that's deceptive." You know what I'm saying? That, quote unquote, let's say if you're average, right? And y'all are exploring makeup and stuff like that. Yeah, that may seem deceptive to a guy to a certain degree, but there's guys out there that like it. There's women out there that wear makeup and it's not a deceptive thing to them. They're just trying to explore different looks that they can put on, and the different reactions that they're getting. That's a guys would be like, oh well, women are lying because they wear makeup, and it's like, no, that's a level for them to express themselves. Same thing with hair, and that's a medium for them to explore. It can be a very fun, exhilarating thing for women to see the different looks they can pull off and what rooms they can get themselves into and all kinds of different stuff. And see, this is where, and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of guys, this is where men in general have like this weird it's like men, to a certain, and we have this weird like entitlement thing going on. You got a lot of guys that will feel entitled to certain things that women do or have going on, and don't know what the hell they talking about. You know, it's not for them. You know, I got to sit up here as 2025. I got to tell a guy that if a woman rejects him, that there's nothing wrong with that. he takes that as an indictment on his character or him or something like that. It's like, bro, you're not entitled to be with that woman. You know, you're not entitled to deal with that woman. Like, she has the right to tell you no. You know, she could tell you no. It's okay if she tells you no. That's not an indictment on you. She didn't reject you. She rejected your approach, or she rejected your representative. She don't know you. The whole point of talking to her is to give her the opportunity to know you. And in reality, if she got the opportunity to know you, she wouldn't have rejected you. And yeah, that's a bummer, but that's her loss. Why do you feel entitled for every woman to say yes to you? You know? So you gotta tell guys this. Oh, she wearing that makeup because of me. Figuratively, maybe, but no. Actually not. She not even thinking about you. You know? Party says, I mean, you're breaking down why these guys have customers. They'll have all home apps drawings and see a bad bitch in real life and will freeze up. Yeah. And that's that's what you call it? Approach anxiety. You know, that's approach anxiety. Women have approach anxiety also, you know, but that's approach anxiety. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the thing about approach anxiety is that it never goes away. It's a muscle, you know. You can minimize it, you know, or laugh at it to a certain degree. And some nights you can feed off of it, you know. Some nights that approach anxiety is going to be your best friend. You know what I'm saying? It's like stage fright. When some people step on the stage, um, they can choose to let it define them, or they can feed off of it. You know, I'm supposed to be afraid, but guess what? That's just gonna, empower me to, that's gonna empower me to give my best performance, you know. And men have justifiable approach anxiety. I mean, shit. If you were talking to a woman in back in the day, and that was another man's woman, you know, you got to worry about getting clubbed over the head and beat the fuck up for talking to another man's woman and stuff like that. A man's woman was damn near like a bear and its cub. You know, you see a bear cub hanging around, you better run and make sure you run in the right direction. Because if you run in the wrong direction, you know that and or it feels like if that mother bear feels like you tampered with her child, shit. If she feels like you tampered with her child, she's gonna tamper with your life. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. Yeah, you said that's when I say I'm a firefighter to a chick while in uniform, right? Yeah, but you never get rid of a approach anxiety, even if you stop approaching uh for a couple of years. It's still there. The thing is, though, with approach anxiety, is that you want to do certain things to curve it, you know. So like there would be times I would go out to go sarge, and sarging is going out to go talk to women or people, or run routines, because sometimes that would help me with approach anxiety. I used to have bad approach anxiety, and what would help me with approach anxiety is knowing that I'm not trying to take somebody home. And lo and behold, them be the nights I'm trying to take. You know, somebody's trying to get me to take them home. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to run routines. I'm trying to work on a certain level of conversation. Hey, you know, I know how to approach. I nailed the approach. I nailed the transition. I'm just not good with, building comfort, you know. So I gotta, learn how to seduce, or learn how to, get somebody to an area of conversation where I can seduce them, or I can build comfort with them. I gotta, it's all an art. So you have to learn each stage, and it gets better once you learn each stage. You can actually jumpstart the next stage once you learn each stage. But that's something else I gotta talk to y'all about later. That's teaching y'all some game, how to speed seduce, But approach anxiety is never gonna go nowhere. So you have to do certain things to circumvent it, or you got to do certain things to get around it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily talking to women. You could talk to men. You know, it's just about approaching strangers and talking to them, which is a scary thing. But there's comfort in it. There's comfort in approaching strangers and talking to them. Because lo and behold, that's networking. You know, and networking, you'll meet people in high places for no fucking reason. You know what I'm saying? You'll meet people in high places for no goddamn reason. And you'll start getting into other things in life that you'll come to learn called the 6 degrees of separation. And sometimes you'll realize that it ain't even six. It'd be like 2, 3, and 4, you know, degrees of separation, you know, meaning that every 1 to 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6 people that you talk to, there's 2 or 3 people in that group that can link you with somebody or get you closer to what you want to do, you know? And a lot of times, if you're like myself, that's an introvert, you have the people around you your whole life. It's like, oh, I didn't know you know this person. Dang, ask them to see if they can get me in this company. And you talk to them, be like, oh, Kuda, oh yeah, yeah. And actually we have a job opening. Or my friend's about to leave and we were looking for somebody to replace him. Tell them to meet me at my office. I can replace, a coworker. You never know. It's called 6 degrees of separation. You know? And then the funny part is that you guys separately will know somebody that knows me and don't even know. So we're all connected. It's just that places like the internet has made the world smaller. Anyway.
Fucking them because they don't have the right mentality toward themselves. They actually think they tricking you. But when you're fucking with a man who not autistic mentally, he is gonna fuck you till the wheels fall off. Then he gonna get another bitch to replace you in that part of his rotation.
The only issue I have with him is almost sounding like he's saying that it's impossible to find a good woman. It's possible to find a good woman. You just can't lead with your money, guys. You can't lead with your status. It's almost like you just can't lead with that. Wear your polo shirt, put your jeans on, put some clean shoes on, and leave the Rolex at home and see what women you meet then. And if you go up and you meet a woman that like you as that, plain, without all jazzed up and diamond out and Ferrari and all this other type of stuff, then there you go.
I mean, and a lot of y'all are goofballs to be wearing all of that shit anyway. Real talk. A lot of y'all are goofballs to be wearing all that shit anyway. Because if a woman says she wants a Birkin, a $1,500 bag, and stuff like that, one has to ask himself, okay, I heard what you said and what you want, but who the hell are you? You in the VIP and you not important. Who the hell are you? You want a Birkin, but you hang out at Red Lobster. And there's nothing wrong with Red Lobster. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Them cheesy biscuits are off the fucking chain. Them cheesy biscuits, nigga. I will go to Red Lobster alone for the cheese. I'm one of them niggas that go to Red Lobster and never get a lobster, bro. Them cheesy biscuits are fire. But what I'm saying is that you gonna be taking that Birkin bag to Red Lobster and all these other goofball places that it don't belong. and get your ass robbed or spill cheap lobster juice on it. You know? So a guy that's wearing all of that shit, cool, I get it. But like you got all that jewelry on and shit like that to go hang out at a hole in the wall is basically a lion. Is basically dangling meat in front of a lion and then wonder why you got bit. Oh, I'm gonna drive a nigga. You could buy the club. You gonna drive a $500,000 car to Publix and then wonder that why it get hit by a shopping cart just like any other car in that damn parking lot. Like it's like why are you a rapper? Like why do you feel you got to wear all of this shit in front of a woman? So what it really is that a lot of guys are showing off and get finessed. They get seduced and reduced. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Red Lobster do got a more expensive side to it. Their chicken parmesan and mwah, fuego. But I'm telling you, man, you know, y'all got to be careful, man. Social media will get you packed out. You know, social media will get you packed out.
There you go.
I'm not saying this is right, but I'm telling you that's what's happening. So all you bitches who get mad at me because I was fucking you and I wouldn't put you on a pedestal, listen. I think that's hater shit. That's hater shit. You mad at me because I know who you are. You with the next nigga a little bit. You fucking the other nigga for me and you over with. You think I didn't expect that? I expect the bitch to have another nigga set up before she tell me, fuck you, nigga.
Right.
The bitches lie and say, no,
Just for the record, guys, so we don't have no confusion, I agree with everything he's saying on here. So I just want to make sure, because I know I've been on YouTube long enough now to know how guys, I have no idea how guys, how you say one thing and guys take it as another. So I've learned to make sure that guys don't think that I'm saying Corey Holcomb is wrong. I'm only saying that you can't expect different when you meet women as Corey Holcomb. When you your status is what it is. You have to just meet women as Corey Smith. You guys get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Everything he's saying is 100% correct. All the women are going to be fucking with other dudes because the women that he fucking with are going to be like pretty much like users, right? Like trying to see what they can get out of you, whether it's you helping their career or helping them financially. But all I'm saying is you just have to present yourself as a plain Jane type dude and then see who likes you then.
I hadn't seen him yet. You a fucking lie, bitch. You know who you are. I know who you are. And if you think I don't know who you are, then play the game. I got a bitch to replace you.
Shout outs to Toya. Toya said Team Bonefish Grill.
Immediately, because this is how I stack the
She said, but you don't even like seafood, to be honest? Seafood is good. It depends on how it's prepared. Lemon pepper.
chips up. Never starting from scratch. When a bitch leave, hello, you ready? I got that spot open for you now. You get to move up. And if you living your life like that, you living your life autistic because bitches ain't shit. They're going to lie to you about who they are. They're going to misrepresent about who they are. They're not going to show you loyalty because if you fucking them, they supposed to be loyal to you. But these hoes ain't loyal. These hoes.
Nah, that's not super true. If you sleeping with somebody, that don't mean shit. You're at her mercy if she wants to show you loyalty, but that don't mean shit. First of all, I don't put anything past anybody. You're at anybody's mercy if they want to show you loyalty or not. You know, you're at anybody's mercy if they want to show you loyalty or not. Somebody and niggas can just wake up one day and not like you. And honestly, even though it's burning up inside of you, you want to know why or what happened. But Degenerate said, "How sad, toy. You gotta be careful with seafood. A lot of seafood are seafloor dwellers and stuff like that. You can get sick off of seafood. So be careful with the seafood, y'all. Even though I love seafood.
Those get Chris Brown $1,000 for a picture, and they life ain't nothing. $1,000 for a picture financially ready for that. That's the average bit. I ain't mad at you. You're disposable. You're like a bottle cap, like they say on that movie. I'll twist you up and throw you on the ground like it's nothing. It's nothing. When you cuss me out, I expect it, because you normally cuss me out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And shout outs to my married players and my married playettes. You know what I'm saying? None of this shit counts unless there is a ring on your finger. Always remember that, and may those words humble you. It may stumble you, but may it humble you. None of this shit counts unless there's a ring on your finger.
When you have determined he's not going to do what I want him to do. Right. Fuck yeah! And I'll be like,
All right, I can end it right there, guys. But shout out Corey Holcomb. So I just want to dispel some of the stuff he's saying in there, guys. Everything he's saying is true. But he...
Shoot, man. Y'all hit the like button to support the show. Shout outs to AMS. He said, you be eating that Asian seafood. You be careful, man. This shit good as hell. I do got to stop eating weird shit. But listen, y'all, look. Let me go get some water. All right. Y'all hit the link and head over to my Rumble, because we are doing movie day. I'm sorry. It is Wednesday where I'm at, but it's Tuesday where you guys are. And if y'all could please support the show on air, off air, over there. We are going to be going over Goodbye Uncle Tom's Cabin. And hey, I need y'all to have an open mind and be somewhat black pilled, or maybe super red pilled, because the stuff that we're going to be seeing and the stuff that you're going to be seeing, the stuff that I'm going to be breaking down over there is going to be some heavy shit. And you might get a little mad. Not mad, but it might open up a lot of, I don't know, it might open up your perspective or make you mad. This is kind of why they don't teach history and black history in school and stuff like that. They lie to the kids because they don't want it to enrage the kids. But all of that shit gonna be out of school anyway, because guess what? You gotta, viewer discretion is advised. You gotta know your Jihei history. Okay? So we're gonna be over there. I'm gonna get some water. I might grab like a I might grab a beer. I'm gonna grab a beer, actually. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna grab a beer, and then I'm gonna kick it with you guys over there. So listen, make sure y'all appear. It's Player Talk Radio. We're going to have movie day over on do I want to do Twitch and Kick, or do I want to do no, is Rumble, and I'll do Rumble and Kick. So we're gonna have movie night over on Rumble and Kick. Okay. He said, "Do we touch on Huey P. Newton being on the spectrum?" I don't know. You said y'all remember that langostine? Langostine. I would never eat something called langostine. That's like a lobster. I listen. I had a girlfriend that I don't know what was wrong with this woman. Like for some reason, when in the DMV area, we have carryouts, right? And it's an East Coast thing too. We have carryouts, right? And there's so much stuff you can order from a carryout. You know, you can do a Phoenix and Dragon, which is like chicken and shrimp. You can you know what I'm saying? You can you can do wings, you can do beef, you know what I'm saying, and rice or noodles and stuff like that. It's a carryout, right? It's a Chinese carryout. This woman, for some odd reason, will order crab ragoon. I remember one time I went to the carryout and she's like, "Can I get crab ragoon?" I said, "What the fuck is that? Did you just order a bushel of crabs? Anything with crab in it, unless it's artificial crab. Crab ragoon? Nah, man." I said, "No, no, not crab ragoon, bro." You know, I remember one time I went to we're in DC downtown where I used to go sergeant. There's this restaurant I used to go into because I didn't go to the clubs that you have to pay to go into, so that way I could just jump from club to club to club, right? One of my favorite clubs down there is called Clyde's, right? It's called Clyde's, and my bro, and he be on here too, so he know I'm referring to him. My bro went in there and he does drink, but he was like, I'll get the I'm ordering Long Island iced teas and stuff like that, right? This nigga gonna say I'll get the pudding. Bruh, she ordered pudding and they had it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? How did who goes to the bar and orders pudding and they have it? Anyway, I y'all niggas lost me, man. Y'all niggas lost me, man. But all right. You said crab ragoon is tasty. Crab ragoon is delicious. I will never order no damn crab. Actually, I tasted a little bit of what she had and it was good, but I'll never order it. I just don't. I just don't trust carry out crab. It's a DMV thing. Maryland is the home of crabs, so this is a place I used to go to called Rough and Ready. Pause. They had some of the best crabs. Or I go down to the wharf. But crab ragoon? Oh fuck no. And then I think it came with like a sauce or some shit. I'm like, oh, triple no. You know? But listen, y'all make sure y'all following me over on Rumble. If y'all are not in my Discord group, y'all might not get the notification. But it will let you know when I'm live. We're going to be watching Goodbye Uncle Tom's Cabin. And I have it right here. Let me see. I'm setting everything up so when I come back in, I can just yep, right here. Oh yeah, we ready to go. Yeah. We could just hit the ground running, okay? So thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to everybody here in the building. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Let's keep the show going. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to Degenerate. Shout outs to Toya. Shout outs to everybody still rocking with us. Almost 6 hours. We're gonna finish the shift over on Rumble. And yeah. Goodbye, Uncle Tom's Cabin. And like I said, Keep watching the movie. Shout out to Toya. Keep watching the movie because guess what? It changes you see something new every single time. And I'm not gonna lie, it's one of those movies where it like plucks something ancestral in you every single time. You know, something in you changes every single time. You know, you see it and it's like, damn, you know. So like I said, have a lens, Egg Foo Young is crazy, you know. But have a lens, have a set of eyes, be open minded, be somewhat black pilled and red pilled to the concepts that you're gonna see, you know. And if anything, maybe I may open your eyes to what you're gonna witness. But it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. I will see you on the next one. Peace.
ba-da-ba-doo-ba.